Hey there to all you wonderful folks. How's it going this morning? Day 9. Day 9 is upon us. Day 8 was an interesting one, too. Yesterday we finished up Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp finished up strong, too. He confused. You want to see proof of Johnny Depp finishing up very strong? He messed up the defense counsel enough that they were objecting to their own questions. You want to see this is probably my favorite clip from the entire day yesterday. Check this out. Oh, I love it. I have to say I love this too. I can't believe you have gotten to the defense when they do stuff like this. So check this out. Here's Ben King on the stand, right? You have Rottenborn. He's going to ask him some questions. Here, check this out.
We're there on March 8th, correct?
It's pretty low volume.
Dr. Kipper told me he sustained an injury on one of his
Well,
fingers.
rejection, hearsay.
Wait, you asked the question.
Oh, okay. So
he objects. He's like, Dr. Kipper said that he abstained. And look, watch Johnny Depp's team. Look at Johnny Depp. Like, it just cracks up. Look there at the corner. He's dying. And his lawyer's like, he's trying not to look. But he was so mentally frazzled by the time that ended yesterday. And it looks like she's over here rolling her eyes. Oh, it was a good one. That's hilarious stuff. Oh, poor Rottenborn. Yeah, the judge was saying, but you asked the question. How can you object to the inappropriateness of it when you're the one asking the questions? You opened the door to that. So what that tells you is that Ben King, he could have thrown anything that he wanted in. I mean, that's the beautiful part of it. Hey, Moontan, thank you and welcome. Thank you for that membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Oh, man, it's been like I said, it's been an absolute crazy train to watch this stuff roll by. It's been fun to watch, just to be honest. It's been a lot of fun to watch. The unfortunate thing here, as we talked about many times, is the fact that the buy-in to have a case like this is truly someone's life has to be destroyed for it. I mean, that's horrible. That's a horrible cost. But it's been interesting to see vindication, and it's funny to see their reaction to it. We got a little taste, though. I never thought so. Yesterday, we saw the first taste of what Amber Heard is going to use as "quote unquote" evidence. The marks, "quote unquote" marks on her arms, and those marks, they came from a tabloid. Her medical evidence came from a tabloid. She didn't, because the picture that she puts into evidence herself doesn't look anything like that. Which I find very fascinating, very illuminating, in fact, because she, in another trial, in the UK 2020 trial, she held up her arm in one of the pictures that she takes. And I've shown that many times. And they decided that that thing was such a weak shot that they went to tabloids and they pulled up something. Because at the end of the day, she never had to get... It's not about forcing yourself to a doctor either. It's the level of if the things that she says happened actually happened, you wouldn't have a choice but to go to a doctor. Because there is no way in hell that she would have recovered from that. There is just no way. She would never walked away. I mean, it's just crazy. Heather Robert, thanks for the 2. An objection hearsay becomes your tick. Exactly. J. Real McCoy, thanks for the 5. Rottenborn, please don't waste the court's time. Meanwhile, 1 hour, 30 minutes of sifting through unrelated text messages. Yes, their entire case has been Johnny Depp is a substance abuser. Like I said, they're gonna pull out the really salacious pictures. They're going to pull all of that stuff out for. You just wait. You just wait. When she gets on the stand, she's going to cry at least once, maybe 30, 40 times. You never know. But at least once. Thanks for the 5 there. Hey, Tug. I hope you have a wonderful day. Same for everyone here. I hope everyone, like I said, I hope it's illuminating here too. And this already happened. You know, when we're talking about it, you do have to remember that. This already happened. It already destroyed the man's life. So it's good that the public sees what transpired. Because if it can happen to a Johnny Depp, it can happen to absolutely anyone. I'm pulling up sources. So when this comes up, we have about, let me see what time it is. We have, on the ticker, we have 24 minutes before the trial gets kicked off. That'll be good too. I'm making sure, because I'm making sure everything is good to go. I pull up, while we're talking, I pull up multiple sources for this just to make sure like everything goes off without a tick. Ugh. Chrissy, thanks for the 2. Just found out Reddit loves AH and dislikes Tug. Yeah, I'm not loved on Reddit, actually. I'm banned on many Reddit and you see what we cover here. Like it doesn't matter how nice you are about a subject. It doesn't matter what you say about a subject. I read a article yesterday talking about how I'm part of the manosphere because I talk about men, you know, and men's right, you know, because I say that. I say men deserve rights too. Apparently I'm part of the manosphere, and that makes me an incel. I'm like, how am I an incel? I'm married. I have 2 children. But I read an article talking about that, you know, and what's funny about that is I was looking through the demographics for the last week on the channel, right? And the last week viewership here, the channel has pulled almost as many females as it has males because of the trial. And I love how casually dismissive the media would be about that too. Let me look at it today after yesterday. Actually, more females. So part of the manosphere here. Check this out. I want to show you how this works. So as an incel, right? I guess all you ladies out there are incels because as an incel, you know, which means if you have never heard that language before, that means, yeah, well, let's just say woman hater. That's the easiest way to go with that. Yeah, as an incel, apparently women listen to you for some reason, the broadcast. So this is the this is the demographic section of YouTube for the last 7 days. Notice it's weird. Half of the, so that would be, I looked at the numbers for the beginning of the week. They don't have them all up yet, but for the beginning of the week, that would be 150,000 unique people right from go. So 150,000 unique people, incels. Chrissy, thank you. Welcome. Awesome. Thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Tina Taylor, thanks for the 5. Do you know anything about the court doc, the new lawyer, Wayne Dennison for Johnny? They're probably hiring. They're probably trying to figure out what attorney that they're going to bring in for appeals. Like that's typically what you see. You're seeing a lot of movement for the appeals, you know? I still have a day 8 on that. Oh, thank you. Let me fix the day on the thumbnail. That's what I mean. You know, like for this trial, I'm not surprised, just to be honest, that the wrong day's on there and everything else. It has been a day. Thank you for that. If you notice problems on anything, you tell me, because I can fix it real quick. I also need to turn on the subscriber only mode. So I'll have to do that this morning. I apologize for that. I do not like to turn on subscriber only mode, but if I don't turn it on when we go live, we will have, and when I say go live, I'm talking about with the court case, we will have like 1 million bots that are trying to sell you Bitcoin and are trying to advertise the prawn. You know, they'll be all over this thing. So just to let you know about that. That's why we have to. It's an unfortunate reality to this kind of stuff. It's one. Oh, the platform. So this is messed up too. So meanwhile, 60 Minutes is trending a video that is an obvious hit piece on Johnny Depp. Meanwhile, folks like myself that cover this with you, my live stream yesterday was confirmed demonetized by Twitter. Confirmed. Sorry about that. There was music that came on. I'm opening up the. I'm opening up the thing to change up the thumbnail real quick. But yeah, so the live stream yesterday was confirmed demonetized, which means it will throttle it. It doesn't reach a large audience. It reached quite a few people while it was live, but in the aftermath, it won't. So you have 60 Minutes doing an obvious hit piece that is trending on YouTube. You have Court TV, and you have Law and Crime who are covering this, and they're being promoted by YouTube. And YouTubers like myself, we're being told that this is not advertiser friendly, so it needs to be throttled. It's insane. Ugh. And there's nobody to talk to about it. Of course, you can't complain about that to YouTube. Here we go. I'm switching over the thumbnail real fast. Thank you for mentioning that. Like I said, I didn't notice it had the wrong day. I cover the trial until about 4:30 or 5, then get a video put up about 6, make 2 videos or 1 video right now and review stuff, then make thumbnails. Last night I finished at 12:30. So when I finished everything, it kind of threw me off a little bit. But I'm sure this on subscriber only mode. If you are not a subscriber here, this is the only way we can keep the bots from coming in and just wrecking the chat. So I'm not turning on slow mode. But Crystal Star, thanks for the 5. About my Amica t-shirt now. I think you need to make a couch t-shirt. I have a couch t-shirt. I need a Little Richard t-shirt. He was saying, it was kind of sad. It was funny. Like, Depp has a good sense of humor. But it was sad, too, because he was making light of the fact that he had his finger chopped off yesterday. You have that reality that a lot of people face, in situations like this. Shannon's Mix, thanks for the 2. Tug, you rock. You folks rock, man. Appreciate you all showing up. T, thanks for the 5. Thank you, Tug, for your kind words about self-harm, giving courage to maybe start my own content. Still want to know your thoughts on the twist of Nick Wallace with Aussie 60 Minutes. I'm not surprised. Like, I'm not surprised by any journalist and what they do, because they're journalists. They're in an industry where if anybody, I don't know how long people have kept up with this trial, but if you've watched the media for any amount of time, what they see isn't what most people, 99.9% of people are not seeing that. So I'm never surprised by journalists doing something that doesn't seem normal or real. I'm disappointed sometimes. Nick Wallace, the reason people were happy about Nick Wallace is because he went into the courtroom and he live tweeted. He didn't give his opinion. Here's the difference that people haven't thought about in there. And again, I'm not taking shots at Nick Wallace. Like, he's been nice with me. I've not had that, and have not read his newsletter or anything. So I've not had time, Again, I've had no problem with the man, but what I saw in 60 Minutes, it didn't surprise me. I said, journalists, everybody, when you hold someone up because they live tweet, and they live tweeted accurately, like I say, with with the case, he didn't give opinions on it in the UK 2020. He uploaded all of the documentation so everyone had it readily available. But again, we didn't have him out there doing videos talking about things. He didn't give interviews to people. I mean, it's nothing like that. Funny thing, I could have brought him on and talked about that, but I don't really want to. Gabriel Badwell, thanks for the 179. Appreciate that. You just gotta laugh at the smear pieces about you. I like them. I actually like the smear pieces. I think they're funny. If you don't have enemies in this life, I mean, you've probably never stood up for anything. If you stand up and you pick up a megaphone and you say, those people over there, they're wrong. It doesn't really matter how many people. I got the first hit piece that I can remember came up when my channel had 8,000 subscribers. Not a lot in the terms of YouTube, you know. So I mean, I've had those for a long time, so it's not really a big thing. And I'm pretty calm in YouTuber land. I feel like I'm pretty calm, but it's what you talk about. It's not a. It's to give you an idea of this. So I talked about this in another case. I talked about a due process case for a guy named Vic Mignogna, voice actor, right? Another voice actor went online to hundreds of thousands of people with media backing them up and everything else. And there was a discussion about where they thought I worked. They had found an old place that I worked at. Again, I'm in mental health. Okay. So these people, they put out a call online telling people to go and find out if that's where I work. So for one day solid, the helplines for the mental health place where they service, provide services for people that are in extreme need. Like we're talking about people that are going through psychotic breaks. They may have suicidal ideation. No one could reach the place because these people were hoping to get me fired from a place that I did not work anymore. I was like, that says something about it. You know, that says plenty. Just because you talk about due process cases. So, crazy world. Crazy world. The hit pieces, though, I always think are funny. Sunday Z Crows, thanks for the 15 there. Appreciate that. Go, the Umbrella Guy, real JD supporter. Yeah, you know, when I look at this stuff, I think the guy's innocent. I listened to her make his argument for him. You know, who's the best advocate for Johnny Depp right now? Amber Heard in video, audio. When she talks about him leaving, she tells him he's not a real man. He doesn't fight for her because he's always fleeing. I find that to be fascinating. You know, it tells you there. Somebody asked about the link for membership. There's a little button that says join on the page, the front page. There's not like I don't think it has a link to drop necessarily. It's just like I said, there's a little join button. That's what it calls it. I think it says join, and you just click it, but it's not on the discussion window. Let me drop a link in the thing too. We have a project that is out there. We have a comic book. If you have not checked that out, please check that out. I talk about a lot of companies that betray their customers. They used to be the first thing I got into on here before I really started covering due process cases is I started covering customer rights, you know, which is part of this too, because it's an offshoot. When millions of people speak out, I'm not saying that you have to change for every wind that blows, but when millions of people are speaking out about something, and that's what you saw with this case, millions of people, maybe you should not go out and attack them. But Warner Brothers, that's what they've done. they've done that again and again. They've done that to the comic customers. They do it all the time. So we could complain about that forever, or we can move on. And when we're moving on, we not only provide the idea that people should move on, but we provide an alternative if we can. And that's what we're trying to do. We provide an alternative. So we've linked that at the top of the description. If you want to check that out, definitely do. Like I said, that's one way that we can ensure that it's not just endless complaining, because you know, these companies, until you take the money away from them, that they continue to do whatever they want to do, you know, and they failed on certain, and you don't just take it away from one product, just take the money away from them, period, you know, because you don't need them. Yeah, you absolutely don't. There's a million alternatives for things out there. Nelby, welcome. Thank you. Also, thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate that. Make sure I catch the memberships that I see roll through. Now, 1 minute. Catching up questions while we're sitting here on the super chats there. Just thank you for the super chat there. I don't know, SGD. I don't know what that is. I always like different currencies. I like looking them up, see where they're from, see where everyone's from. Depp probably developed this dark humor characteristic because that's one of the ways that he survived his mom's abuse during childhood. Yeah, I mean, he's from, like, for me, like, a lot of humor was not just sanitized, I guess is a good word, like it is these days for like myself or other people. You know, it's not like these days, you know, for really everyone. I mean, some people will go through, but you know, we're more aware of what we say these days. We just don't blast out things, and well, some of us, you know, and I definitely, you can say whatever you want in life, you know. I firmly believe in your right to do so. But, I mean, we are keenly aware of our fellow person, in some ways better, some ways worse. But humor, I mean, people get so offended these days over the smallest things. And some of the humor, you know, that... So I'm not talking about, like, mean text. I'm just talking about humor. Like, it's kind of crazy. You know, before people there was a lot darker humor, I agree. And I think people who deal with abuse or deal with tragedy, you'd use dark humor. You use self-deprecating humor, too. Deprecating. Huh. Petite, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for that membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Caroline Starr, thanks for that 14 there. Doing a great job as always. Can you please share the link for membership? That's what I was talking about. It's like I said, it's a join button. It's not really a link there to share. So I would definitely, if you could do that. Chica Bird, 893, thanks for the 5. Have you seen funny compilation memes of JD? If so, what are your thoughts? I think they've been funny. There are some pretty funny ones out there for the trial. I enjoy them. I think they're funny. I think part of this, when you spread that word, one thing I'm proud of just the random people out there that have been supporting too. What I'm not happy with in this is that, see, this has become so big worldwide that, like I say, there are so many eyes out there that don't know. They don't know, like, what a court TV, for example, has done for the injustice in this stuff. They don't realize what a lot of these networks that are now happening on the click bandwagon. Law and Crime. Hell, Law and Crime has shut down over a dozen other YouTubers to make sure that they stay on top. Like, it's nuts. They're pulling down hundreds of millions of hits. Not millions, hundreds of millions. And man, they are making sure that they shut down other people doing so. And they are not a Depp-friendly network until they became clickable. Then they were. It's just, like I said, It's stunning. They know the case. They're not just stumbling into it. I don't begrudge people that change their mind or anything else, but networks don't do that. Networks, they're businesses. They looked at it and they thought, you're a business model. You are. You out in the audience, you're the business model. And they decided to change their message, which is great, except it's not, because they're the ones. Amber Heard may have made the accusation to destroy people's lives, but it did, or to destroy Johnny Depp's life, not people, but his life specifically. But how did that accusation get out there? How did it spread? Well, it spread because places like those networks, specifically those networks. To give you an example, Court TV was so egregious about this. Right before it came up, they took a so you saw the cabinet slamming video, 2 minutes to plus, where Heard sets up a recorder. You have that go on. At the end, she's laughing. Well, they take 6 seconds of that. They zoom in on it so bad it blurs it to unrecognizable. Then they put it in a video where it makes it look like not that Depp is picking up a recorder, but that he's assaulting her. It looks like if I had never seen that before, I would have thought that he assaulted her. They manipulated evidence in this. They're not the first place to do it either. Okay, Shaw, thanks for the 5. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for being here, too. Raven Merck, thanks for the 20 there. Jamie B. said that Amber's missing hair is a Yorkie with a hot spot. They're a groomer. A scabby Yorkie butt. I wondered, see, there's always been discussion of, is that a Yorkie? Is that... I saw a picture one time someone put up that it was almost the identical picture that you see with the hair there. And there was a Yorkie that had not been taken care of. So it had kind of a hair issue, I guess is the best way to put it, without being gross about it. And it looked the same. It looked a lot the same. Also, I've seen people take that picture and talk about like extension glue. And how it looks like extension glue. It's not hair. Okay, if it is human hair, it has no roots. You don't grab hair and pull it out and it not come with roots. That doesn't happen. K-Rab, thanks for the 5. Because on iOS, you have to open YouTube in browser to see okay, so for those of you on iOS, you have to open YouTube in a browser to see the join button. So maybe that's the issue with people who don't see the join button. Thank you for that too, K-Rab. Adam Henson, thanks for the 5. Warner Brothers is a joke. They get rid of Johnny, but they still employ Ezra Miller. Explain that to us, Warner Brothers. Yeah, I mean, that's a perfect... Not only did they employ Ezra Miller, they used him as a replacement face for Johnny Depp. I think that's even worse, because they were saying, this guy is a much better alternative than this guy over here. To me, that's, that's insane. See, Law and Crime has 100,000 people watching right now. Like I said, they're favored by the platform, and that's insane considering the damage that they were involved in. When this stuff was going on. Oh, I'm waiting for them to go live. It's going to go soon. So you'll hear me type in periodically and stuff. I'm trying to make sure it's not going live there. Hairdresser to the stars. Thanks for the 5. Anyone else see the lawyer always on Popcorn Planet didn't really defend JD at all, even though he believes in his innocence on the 60-minute piece? I didn't actually notice that. What the hell? Oh, crap. Give me a second. There's an issue with the court feed again. So I'm looking for a court feed. I'm not surprised. Yeah, one of the court feeds went down. I'm pulling up another one real quick. Apologies. All right, we got another one pulled up. This is the joy of the mornings. Like I'm always in my stomach. So they broadcast through this thing called Live U, and Live U likes to go down all the time. So you never really know when you wake up in the morning if Live U is going to be working correctly or not. So you're always trying to keep an eye on it just to see. Like Sky News has been good about it, but Sky News just went offline for their coverage for some reason. I think it's because they're, yep, it sure did. Sky News went offline. They went private on it, which is weird, crazy. So I'm going to get set up here. There's nothing happening. The judge is entering. Give me a second. Judge is entering.
All right, good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Yes, sure.
All right, so judge did enter then. Turn the subtitles on. Yeah, give me 1 second, okay? I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second. I'm going to turn the subtitles on. Actually, there's no subtitles available for the feed there. I would turn the subtitles on, but that particular, the feed, the live feed that we typically would use from like I said, it comes through Live U, and it looks like they're having problems with their Live U thing again. Yet again. Like it happens. It seems to happen all the time. They just continue to have issues there. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna switch feeds real fast, okay? It won't hurt anything. You may hear double audio for just a second because I'm trying to get switched. Switching over. They're waiting on the jury, so it doesn't matter. You're not missing anything. There's nothing exciting going on. But I'm trying to find one with closed captions. There we go. Found one with closed captions. Ha ha. That's all I'm doing. I'm finding closed captions for you guys real quick. Okay. I got to mute the other one. I have.
All right, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Tara Roberts.
All right.
Tara Roberts. Okay, this is an estate manager for Johnny Depp on the private island. They're going to tell you about an assault they themselves saw. You know that mineral can.
Miss Roberts, can you hear me?
You know the thrown mineral can story that you've heard. They're the ones that they saw it. So.
Can you hear me, Miss Roberts?
All right, so we're getting a WebEx, I guess, for Tara Roberts. So again, she's an estate manager for Johnny Depp's private island.
Miss Roberts?
Oh no, this is the problem. Oh God, every time they do technology, it's such a mess.
Excuse me?
I won't talk over the testimony either, just a note.
Yeah,
So,
bring them in. See if she's on mute or not.
Tara Roberts, though, is the one that saw the injuries. She saw Amber Heard on that. There's a deposition of all of her testimony that's been available for a few years now. And again, the Tara Roberts stuff, she saw the aftermath.
She's right there.
Okay, so they're having problems with, of course, they're having problems with their feeds. Of course they are, because it seems like they're always having.
Can you hear me,
problems.
Miss Roberts?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Can
there
you
we
raise
go.
your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
since it's WebEx, they may have a delay too, just to say, so there may be longer issues, but at least they're not recorded video. You know, it's better than
We can't see
that.
her on the big screen.
Lord. Could you imagine if the courts actually hired a person to handle their technology issues? That would be amazing, wouldn't it? I'd love that. I love that they, instead of us listening to what sounds like them punching in nuclear codes, boom. Look, everybody at the court is like, oh my God. At least they don't have to listen to, like, they go tone deaf. I got my headphones on listening to the I feel like I'm
We can start, please.
I feel like I'm breaking into somebody's coverage of like their phone conversations.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
It's the best we're going to do right now.
Okay. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Tarly Roberts.
Miss Roberts, how do you know Johnny Depp?
I manage his island in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas for the past 15 years.
Miss Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if you could publish this to the jury.
Okay, so this is audio then, maybe. Oh, this is pictures. Okay, so these are pictures from the private island. We've seen this before, actually. This is where the house where Johnny Depp detoxed to. So we saw that video earlier. But it's also private island, man. I'm gonna get one of those right after, you know, because I totally make that kind of money.
Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348? And this hasn't been submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
Now, a lot of this stuff is brand new too. We've never seen any kind of exhibits with her. They're playing something for her, but we can't see it.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
All right, 348 in evidence.
There's
Publish.
Yes, can we please publish
Okay.
that to the jury?
they're setting the scene
Mr. Gibson,
for
once it's published, if you could play
what
that
she's
again.
going to talk about. So that's what they're doing here. Okay, so the closet. Good Lord, that's a heck of a closet just for a private island getaway. Yeah, it's going to be my next vacation home.
And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
in his house.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and three others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
The witness. There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started dating
Relevance.
Amber.
All right, hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection.
Relevance.
It goes to just Ms. Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay.
Cat lady's going to be the one that's going to be doing the cross. I get the feeling.
Ms. Roberts, Ms. Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had on one of the occasions I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettneys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the Bettneys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance.
Okay, go ahead. Next question.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Berthoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up. They took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Ms. Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses, sometimes more.
And how often would Ms. Heard come down to the island?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
During your interactions with Ms. Heard, what, if any, changes did you observe of Ms. Heard?
The taking care of the cooking the meals. We then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things like that. Changed, and yeah, pretty much that.
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny, Amber, and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of.
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
A couple of days later, Dr. Kipper arrived.
What do you recall about that time that Mr. Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
That he was going to be here. They were going to be here for an extended period of time, at least a month or longer. And so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or two, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier?
Yes, it was.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox?
I was every day, but not face to face, just from delivering, replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters, and things like that, linens, and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
While Ms. Heard was on the island for the detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't see anything.
After Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard left the island, what happened next?
We would go into the house and break it down, empty out the refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up again.
After they left, what, if any, property damage did you observe?
There wasn't any.
Ms. Roberts, to what extent were you involved in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Heard's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Pretty much all aspects of it, logistics, work permits, getting things set up onto the island, to the island, staff, provisions, building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and from the island.
When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay, next question.
What communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Heard about the wedding?
We were given information on a schedule to better help me schedule and the provisioning of what would be on the island, beverages and food and things like that. We were given a schedule for daily things were going to happen each day, what time foods were, when people were coming in, how many people would be at meals, just so I had a better idea of planning of what was happening. It was detailed. It was what was happening each day and then it was the rehearsal night, and there would be, we had scheduled, it would be dinner, dancing, drugs, music, and then the wedding. We were very conscious about doing the wedding. The next day we were doing the wedding, the ceremony, and we were specific on time. Privacy was very important. We were very careful of people taking pictures. I think everybody was given disposable cameras and asked not to take pictures. I was concerned about that also, but we were doing the ceremony at sunset, so there really wouldn't be issue with what paparazzi people and things like that. And shortly when the ceremony was about to happen, it actually happened earlier than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up early, and we were still scrambling for flowers and setting up and getting beverages and snacks down there. And there was a plane circling overhead, and it just kept on circling and circling and taking pictures. And the ceremony proceeded earlier than was scheduled.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, as part of the provisioning for the wedding, did you order alcohol for the wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay.
They give
Ms.
up
Roberts,
easy.
what did you order for the wedding in February 2015?
I was given a list of food. I was given a list of beverages for wines, champagnes. I was asked to have Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull here, because at that time that was what Mr. Depp or Johnny was drinking, was Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull.
Okay. Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Who did you observe drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Pretty much everybody was drinking and doing shots and celebrating. It was a party.
Ms. Roberts, I'd like to discuss with you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were on the island in December 2015. Who came down to the island with them?
I flew to Nassau to meet them, which is what I normally do. I meet himself, Johnny, and whoever comes to the island. I fly to Nassau to meet them just to make sure that the transition is smooth with customs and immigration. So I flew to Nassau and I met Johnny, Amber, his children, and a friend of the children, and load the luggage onto the caravan plane, and we boarded the plane and came to the island. And a couple days into the trip, Alice and Greg and Alice's 3 children and a nanny came to the island as well.
Who are Alice and Greg?
Alice is a clothes designer, and Greg was her partner, and I believe he's a photographer.
When did you first interact with Ms. Heard when she came to the island in December 2015?
At the airport, when I flew to Nassau to meet everybody. Usually when they come down off the plane, there's hugs and kisses and chatting for a couple minutes while the luggage is transferred.
How close were you to Ms. Heard?
Close, hug, kiss, how are you, talk, same with everybody. So face to face, cheek to cheek.
What, if any, makeup did you observe Ms. Heard wearing when you first interacted with her?
I don't recall if she was or was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural. I don't think often she wore makeup on the island. I don't recall her wearing makeup.
What, if any, injuries did you notice on Ms. Heard?
I didn't notice any.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during that time. How often did you observe Gregory on the island?
I interacted every day because meals went down and changing the sheets and cleaning the room. So I see everybody every day there.
And when you saw him, what was he doing?
The they were doing, there was a photo shoot on the island. Amber was wearing Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot on the beach. And Greg was taking the pictures.
What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came down to the island?
There was a incident between Johnny and Amber here during that trip.
This is a
Okay, can you
crazy
please
one.
describe that incident?
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished. We wrapped everything up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office later on that evening, and Johnny was in the office up here, and he was agitated, kind of walking back and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything, because I wasn't sure if he was up here to get something or was looking for something, which wouldn't be unusual for people to come up here. So he was here, talked for a couple minutes, the three of us, and a couple minutes later, Amber came into the office and the three of us were in the office, and Amber came in, and she was asking him to tell him to come back to the house. Please come back. I'm sorry, come back. And he stood here, reluctant to go, didn't want to go, and a little exchange back and forth. He left the office and got into his vehicle and started it up, and Amber went outside and stood in front of the vehicle, so that didn't drive away. Amber was standing in front of it, and again, she was asking him to don't leave. I'm sorry, come back to the house. After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle and they left to go up back to their house.
What happened after they went back up to the house?
CJ and I were still in the office and weren't really sure, decided that maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that everything was okay. And so we got in the golf cart and we drove up to their house, got into the parking lot, and his vehicle was in the parking lot, and you could hear them inside inside the house yelling, Amber yelling, and Johnny answering back, and you could really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes, CJ and myself, and then you started to hear, it became audible. Amber was telling him that he was a washed up actor. He was going to die a fat, lonely old man. Then you heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say, you hit me with a can. And then he came down the steps, and Amber was behind him, and she had a bottle in her hand, was removed, and there was a brief pause, the moment, I think, of initial shock or uncertainty of why, that we were there. Neither Johnny nor Amber knew that we were there. He proceeded to walk back to the John Deere, and she again walked. He was sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house, that she was sorry, please come back in the house. He didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him, and I love you, I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there, eventually got out of the John Deere, and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt, and trying to pull him back to the house, just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back into the house, and yelling at him. And at that point, I was between them, and felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from the house, because it was the only place I could take him to at the time.
And you mentioned that Ms. Heard was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
It was like clawing, grabbing at his clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to like pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there wasn't a way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, you know, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touch Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, let's see the objection.
Ms. Roberts, how did Mr. Depp react to Ms. Heard viciously grabbing him?
He didn't. He stood there with his arms by his side, and he didn't do anything.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened next?
I was concerned because I had heard him say that he'd gone.
Objection to her being concerned. That's not
I'll
responsive to
sustain as to
question.
concerned, all right?
Okay, Ms. Roberts, without testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you went back to the cafe with Mr. Depp?
When we went back to the cafe, he had a mark across the bridge of his nose. I got a bag of ice to put on it so that it wouldn't swell, just to make sure that it wasn't bleeding. And he walked over to the love seat at the cafe, and he laid down and went to sleep. And CJ came back over, and I asked CJ to stay there for the remainder of the evening, for the remainder of the morning. And I left CJ inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch.
When did you next see Ms. Heard?
That morning, I saw her that morning.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you interacted with her the next morning?
Conversation in a couple feet away.
When you saw her, how did she appear?
They had guests leaving, and it was kind of a normal morning, going down to the beach to see the guests leave.
What, if any, makeup was Ms. Heard wearing?
Again, I'm not sure if she wore makeup on the island. If it was very natural looking.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp?
The marking across the bridge of his nose.
When did Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp leave the island?
I believe they left that afternoon. The guests left in the morning, and I believe they left that afternoon.
After Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp left the island, what did you do next?
Our usual, we go into the buildings and we break them down. We empty out the refrigerators, garbage, take all the perishables out of the house, straighten the place up, take the linens away, things like that.
What did you observe when you went through that process?
The island was as it was when they arrived. The only thing that was different was there was the liquid on the deck with a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it, which had leaked out onto the deck. And then in the over the railing were paintbrushes and art supplies, paintbrushes, paint tubes, big jars that the paints are in, and those were all scattered in the bush.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first time you provided testimony about this incident in December 2015?
I believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Ms. Roberts, how often have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods of time where he's been here and he doesn't drink, and it's non-alcoholic Beck's or something like that. It varies. Sometimes he drinks when he's here, sometimes he doesn't.
How often have you seen her drink alcohol on the island?
She drank wine. She drank wine with her drink was wine with dinner, maybe in the afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol when Mr. Depp was not drinking alcohol?
Objection leading.
No, sustained is leading.
Okay. How often have you seen Mr. Depp drunk?
I would know he has a huge tolerance for alcohol. I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything like that. So he drinks, but I haven't seen him passed out drunk.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Crazy cat lady's up. Woohoo!
Ms. Roberts, the salary you receive for managing the Bahama Island is approximately $10,000 a month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that comes out to $120,000 a year? Correct? Okay. And
Yes.
you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
Correct.
Right. In fact, I think you got a raise to $10,010 in 2018. Do you remember that?
No, I don't know the exact number, but I know I get that a month.
Okay. And that's in addition to all of the expenses, correct? For running the
The
island,
expenses,
of running the island.
She gonna pay for
Yeah,
running the
salary
island
every
out of
month.
pocket?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
It's the dumbest
So,
question.
The other people that are on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the expenses you have, you talked about what you have to do to provision the island and everything else and run it. All of those expenses are paid separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you've been managing this island for 15 years for Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment about those two videos that you testified to were part of the house. The first video was missing both the closet and the bathroom, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at it again.
All right, and the
There was
second,
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, I'm sorry, you didn't come through, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think in the first video, the beads were the closet, and then there was the bathroom next to the closet.
Okay, that was
Isn't
the
that what you asked me?
that was the second video.
Oh.
Do you know who?
Sorry.
Do you know who took those videos?
Oh, I did.
Okay, when did you take those videos?
Oh, it would have to be, I'm not sure, a couple of years ago, maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you take those videos for the UK trial?
I don't recall if it was for that.
Right. Is there a reason that the closet and the bathroom were left out of the first video?
No, I stood in the house and did a circle around of the house.
Okay. Who asked you to make that video?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who asked me. No,
Okay.
I can't.
Okay. Now, the second video, that shows the closet, and then there's a door there. Would you agree that door opens up into a bathroom?
Next to the closet, yes.
Okay. And we don't have a video of the bathroom, correct?
I don't believe there was a video of the bathroom.
And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection relevance.
I'll overrule it for now. Okay.
Correct?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to, I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and no one asked you to videotape the bathroom, correct?
What does that have to do with anything?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a moment about the logistics of the island. So, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
Yeah. I don't know. I walk it. It's just outside his house through the parking lot and walkway to the cafe.
Okay.
I
And the,
don't know.
okay, and the cafe is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then,
dinners, yes.
and then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
Or I stay in the middle of the island, yes.
Okay, how far away is that from the cafe and the house?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection if you want.
How far away is it from the house?
Where I stay,
Yes,
probably a 3-minute golf cart ride,
okay.
5-minute walk.
Okay. And then when other guests come, I think you were talking about tents. Do they stay in tents?
No, the tents were erected for the wedding, and then they were dismantled. And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay, so how much accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house, which has the bed in it, and then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were visiting, whether they had the children there or not, typically, would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
No, sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right, and then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would you leave the meal and then come back and clean up afterwards?
Objection compound.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time. Typically, would you bring the meals to them?
Myself or one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it you that would take them?
How often? Maybe every other day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right, and would you stay and eat the meal with them, or would you leave?
If we were invited for dinner, we would all eat together. Usually we would take the food to the places and leave.
Okay. And then would you be called to come pick them up?
No, we would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
What
So
in the
other than
world?
bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during the days when they were on the island?
On average, every day.
In what context other than delivering the meals and picking them up?
Oh, just seeing if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. Generally passing them if they were walking or in the office or on the beach.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
Yes, unless they were on the beach.
Okay.
Then I would know, but
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there, correct?
correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was taking drugs, correct?
Oh my God, their go-to.
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
I would only know by cleaning up.
And you wouldn't know, well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, or somebody else, would you?
Objection,
Depending on the
compound.
average or what was-
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Please continue.
Unless I would know what it was by what was in the garbage or left out of who consumed or what was consumed, I would be able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of physical abuse that was taking place behind those closed doors, correct?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take you for a moment to the December 2015 timeframe. How much advance notice are you typically given for when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's break it down. How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp and his entourage are coming?
It varies. Sometimes it's a couple days, sometimes it's a couple weeks.
So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
Good God, what does that have to do with anything?
I believe sometime in November
Okay.
for that trip.
All right. And in November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky Pennington's parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection, hearsay.
I recall,
How is that hearsay?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
there was a change to the guests.
When did you learn of that?
I don't recall, maybe a couple weeks after, maybe it's beginning of December, maybe middle of December. I'm not sure.
Do you recall if it was after December 15?
I don't recall.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be at
Objection.
Christmas on the island and suddenly they cancel?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's highly relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, were you told about why they canceled?
Objection, hearsay.
Party opponent admission.
We've
Well,
laid
you
a
don't know.
foundation for that.
Okay. Who told you that Amber's parents, her best friend and fiance, and her best friend's parents were suddenly canceling coming for Christmas on the island?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and there were somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That I think was the words.
Okay. So on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and Johnny, right? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there. No.
Okay. And you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay, but that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2013. Are you aware that Paul Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Objection, relevance.
What's the
And calls for
The
hearsay.
relevance is she testified that he was there on the island with her.
And calls for hearsay.
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber Heard?
No, I'm unaware. I
Okay.
don't know that.
Well, let's stay on the summer of 2013 if we can. Do you have a recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily Rose and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling to J.K. Rowling?
I don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
If I tell you it was July of 2013, does that help refresh your recollection? July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
it doesn't. I just know the yacht was sold.
okay, and you made arrangements, did you not, for a captain to captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
No, I didn't have any responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection, hearsay, and compound.
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Can you ask me it again?
Do you have a recollection of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber?
Objection, compound.
I'll allow it. Okay, let's just hear.
I don't know if Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for transportation off the island at the time.
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it from him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection to
Okay.
that.
Then I'll ask the next one. Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
I recall that he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Jack being upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack about it.
Okay. But you recall that Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment. So
Amica cream, here
you
it comes.
don't know what type of makeup regimen Amber uses every day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you don't know, you said at one point you're not sure, but it's a natural look. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use that would still give you a natural look?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
I'm guessing there is, yes.
Okay. Okay. And there's sun in the Bahamas, right?
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
I think it was at one point I had a brand Shishido or something like that was on the island that we provided.
And do you know whether Amber brought her own as well?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
I wasn't told.
Okay. But I take it you didn't ask.
No, I wouldn't have asked if somebody had a skin condition.
Okay. The wedding. The wedding was planned at sunset, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it went forward at sunset, correct?
It went earlier. It was earlier than sunset.
So your recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding?
I mean,
Okay.
there was sunset pictures.
Okay. So, last couple questions.
Oh, God.
The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises to hide them from the kids?
Object to
Objection
that.
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain this.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover up any bruises or cuts
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'll sustain the objection.
You said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot in December 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether Amber was wearing any makeup for a photo shoot?
I'm not sure the part that I saw she was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
What a bunch of questions. Oh my God. Sunscreen now. Amica, makeup and sunscreen in the sun.
Ms.
Is there
Roberts, how many times have you seen Mr. Depp consume drugs?
Objection, leading?
All right, sustained.
Ms. Berderhoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and he sat. I left him underneath I believe he was in a hammock, and I believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned, and I picked him up and brushed him off and left him underneath the lanai with Jack.
Okay, no further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you,
is
Ms.
this witness
Roberts.
subject to recall, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, potentially.
All right.
So we'll
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and just did not watch anything about this case, okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, your next witness.
Dr. Shannon Curry. She'll come right now.
Dr. who?
Shannon Curry,
Can you, is it C-U-R-R-Y?
C-U-R-R-Y. yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to have some more medical testimony here. I'm going to show you, remind me to show you some of the island pictures, by the way, of what's getting covered up by sunscreen. God, is somebody starting up a nuclear reactor or something? Lord, that sound. It sounds like they've turned on like a limb shredder in the background. Good Lord. That is at the courthouse, by the way, because they love your ears. There are photo shoots that were done with Amber Heard, though, that where she's on an island dressed like she's on an island. But of course, you know, sunscreen. Is there sun in the Bahamas? I was like, unfreaking real. No. 30 Days of Night was filmed there because it's actually in the Bahamas. It's always dark. What in the dumb world? Oh, man. Some days, their entire defense is, you weren't there 24/7, were you? I thought that... is... Wait. I'm trying to find out. Who's this? Is that going to be Dr. Shannon Curry? Going to be a guy? I was thinking it was female. I mean, I don't know that for real, but... Yep. Oh no, Johnny Depp, look, he's got a halo of light on his head. That's interesting, isn't it? It's like, oh, it really is, man. That is bright too. God is like, believe this guy.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
There's Wayne Dennison that someone was asking about.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, etc., and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree, and that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility, and that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe, and we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
What's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell each other all their problems, and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from
Do
combat.
you think the jury really
You
tunes
still
in for all that?
Continue to work with the military?
Seriously?
I do,
That's a
actually.
lot.
Our practice, my practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders, if they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure. We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist
Where?
in California and Hawaii.
Okay, and any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were
This
really
is way
effective
too much.
for that community.
Her credentials are going on too long.
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
We're a multi-specialty mental health center, so we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Yeah. Who's the Curry and Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay, and what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
Yeah. What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state. But essentially, intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Okay. Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs, I might be getting them confused, and multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on two separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Heard?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th, not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses, borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is?
Yep, that's what I've been saying.
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially, that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing, and along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah. Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health. And it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new, but overall, if somebody were to describe us or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words, I apologize. So a treating environment, in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment, the mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there's no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources. One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of some of the main symptoms. You might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking. That means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Ms. Heard suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess,
I
okay?
wanted
Ladies
to-
and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute
I
morning
want to discuss
recess. Do not
this
discuss the
for
case
sure.
And do not do any outside research, okay?
I want to discuss this for sure. Now, as you
When
know,
would you like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir.
all right, give it a second. Let's see what they have to say about reconvening and everything, and then we'll talk about it. I diagnose people for a living, so we're going to discuss what they're talking about here. Just give her a second.
All right. And doctor, since you're on the stand now, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point, okay?
Understood.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll come back at 11:45, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
All right. Histrionic personality disorder is like I said, that is the easiest diagnosis to put on her. The easiest, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm saying that you can look at her pattern of behavior, borderline histrionic. I mean, simple, because histrionic personality disorder, you're basically talking about excessive attention-seeking behavior. Inappropriate seduction. That's a main one. You probably even, if you Google it, I'm sure that's going to come up right away. Inappropriate seduction. The need for approval. I mean, all of these things, again, here's my problem with the discussion of a mental health diagnosis for her first. Before we get into this, I really want to be clear about this. She did not ask for help. She did not do that voluntarily. She abused Johnny Depp. She shows no remorse, no contrition, nothing. She sits there. She dodges accountability in this discussion in a lot of ways, because what you ultimately end up with is not people just talking about this matter of factly, but drawing conclusion off of it, saying something like, well, she can't help herself because that is not the end goal that needs to happen with things like this. You can discuss somebody. You can talk about, this is what you see. This is what you see from the pattern of behavior. This is what you see from the way that, again, from the way that they're interviewed. But this is not a discussion about dodging accountability. That has to be hammered. She has to be held accountable. You can't just give an excuse there. Now, like they said, episodically, this is not an episodic thing either. When you think about depression, for example, depression, you go in, get medication, good to go. You're talking about ingrained patterns of behavior that are uniquely you, uniquely the way that you interact with the world. That's what they're talking about with personality disorders. Now, there are treatments for personality disorders, but she did not do this on her own. Again, you have to understand that. Like I said, I've been discussing this for a while. I said if a clinician sat down with her, they would say for sure borderline personality right off the bat, and most clinicians would attach histrionic personality disorder. There would probably be other writers on that too. I mean, here's the thing with human beings. You can categorize 75% of anyone. You could easily do it. 70, I mean, that's a hard line number. That's not just me making up a number. 75% of people are diagnosable. So the thing that you're supposed to look at, though, again, as part of this, is the discussion that they were having about personality versus personality disorder. Personality are your inherent traits. You know, everyone recognizes that as you. When you describe somebody, what do they do? How do they interact with the world? That's personality. Disorder is dysfunction in that. You know, how does that inhibit their ability to interact with the world? That is a main requisite for going out and diagnosing anyone. Is she dysfunctional? Yes. She abuses men. She hurts people. You hear her. The best, if you really want to discuss how you could come up with those diagnoses. Yesterday there was a video played. The video where she was sobbing and she was screaming about Johnny Depp not going. Have you ever watched any of those stalker type movies? You know, the single white female, or you know, any movies like that. Like, those are the personality disorders we're talking about, carried out across to their worst point. Amber Heard is a good example of those personality disorders carried out to its worst point. Behind the scenes, you will do anything to own somebody. You know, like in borderline personality, again, I want to be very careful when I talk about these too, because there are people that have these issues and they're not this person. They are not that. They have certain traits or characteristics that give them a label. And most people, when they go in to get help with something too, they're going in to get help. Again, she didn't do anything voluntarily. But borderline personality, I mean, if you go through the like signs and characteristics of it, I'm gonna just pull some out of my head that I can think of. Feelings of emptiness. You've got to have something around to fill the void. Johnny Depp was filling that void. Inappropriate or intense anger or problems controlling anger. I've heard that many a time there. Self-harming behavior. Cutting, for example. Variable moods. Talking about mood swings. So you have episodes that they can, with the mood swings, a mood swing doesn't necessarily mean, some people, you could see her in videos, they almost switch, you know, you can hear them, but sometimes mood swings, they'll last days. They don't just last hours or minutes. You also have, with borderline personality, you think about impulsivity for A lot of people use this for an excuse too for their recklessness, like spending sprees, for example. You know, but yeah, you see impulsivity, but also avoiding abandonment. That is a big one too that you see. Like one of the things that sticks out to me right off the bat with her is the inability to have a positive relationship, the efforts that she takes to avoid abandonment. And that's perceived abandonment, by the way. You're not necessarily having somebody abandon you, but it's perceived abandonment. When you look at her friend groups or her family groups, the instability in all of that's an issue. You also have, she's like a checklist of this personality disorder. Like if you were to pull up everything as a checklist for it, she is the checklist for borderline personality disorder, you know? It just, like I said, it's crazy when you go through it. The histrionic personality disorder, though, again, you have checklists for all of these. You have to have symptoms with it. Now, histrionic personality disorder, you also have the shifting emotion. You have the need to be the center of attention all the time. So wild mood swings. You got to see me. Got to see me. It's all about me. The constant need for validation. You see that. You hear it all the time in what she talks about. Impulsivity, same thing. You know, not thinking, making irrational or rash decisions. The issues with maintaining relationships. So again, you have crossover between these. Low tolerance for frustration. Not wanting to attach to a routine. Saying, I'm bored with that. Again, it goes into the impulsivity. Also, threats. You know, the cutting behavior that you see with one. Well, it's the same thing with histrionic. Except you see that with threatened or even attempted suicide. But the difference between that and an actual issue is they're doing it as an attention-seeking or validation measure. So, I mean, that's what the diagnosis, again, diagnosis just helps you categorize someone. It is a categorization tool. It is not an excuse for accountability or even empathy. When you look at this, you're supposed to be cold. You're supposed to be detached from it because you don't use that as a way to dodge accountability for action. And I note that a lot because that is something that is always lost in these discussions. It's helping you understand the person, not make excuses for said person. And again, she did not ask for help. That is a huge item that's also included in there. She is not asking for help in any way, shape, or form. The judge ordered this. Yes, that's right, Real Pamster. Hey, what's up? Yeah, like I said, one thing I did not like about, Shannon Curry is smart. Shannon Curry is not a speaker to you or I. She explained her credentials for 12 minutes. I was looking at, I'm estimating in there, but I've been posting what goes on, who comes up, while, if I can't speak through it, I post on it. So, I posted almost 12 minutes in, so it was right in that line there. Now, when I was listening to it, I was thinking, man, this is going on forever. If I'm thinking that, then the jury has to be thinking that too. Because the jury, like for me, I have some kind of involvement here. I want to see how this turns out. The jury, they're forced to be there. They didn't voluntarily ask, hey, I want to keep up with this case. No, they're being forced to keep up with this case. So if I'm thinking, man, this is going on for a while, then they may tune out. And that becomes a huge problem. You run the risk of turning them off to a conversation. Now, she seems very knowledgeable. I mean, very knowledgeable. Like for myself, like I'm not a medication prescriber. First of all, I am not. I never want to be a medication prescriber. We work with typically with nurse practitioners. You know, when you're talking about something like that, I don't involve myself with that portion. You involve yourself with the discussion of that, the discussion of clientele and clientele needs, you know, because we adopt a multifaceted approach, like when we go in. And for myself, she was talking about this she mentioned couples counseling, which I found interesting in her method. She talked about the Gottman method, for example. I'm wondering, like I said, I don't want her to be over clinical. Like when I'm talking to you, I'm not trying to look at it like I'm talking to another clinician. I'm just talking to regular people because we're all just regular people out there. And I'm afraid that she runs the risk of, I hope that she will not become over clinical, because it's easy to do that. It's easy to sit down and to talk over people's heads that are not in that field. Well, I think it's interesting stuff, though. Like I said, I think it's pretty interesting to talk through. Let me catch some super chats real quick. Let's see if there's any questions in there, too. CPT, SD, borderline personality disorder, and ADHD. I went through the holy trinity of abuse before I was 10. I'm not that kind of crazy. I've chosen to remain single. Amica. Thanks for the 7. That's what I'm saying. When we're talking about this, one person is not the other either. That's the danger of categorizing people with diagnostics. The diagnosis is for a clinician. The diagnosis, like if I attach that to another person and I explain it to you, it makes sense. But the only reason that I'm doing that is supposed to be for clinical good. You know, so when we're talking about that, I don't want people also taking the judgment of what we discuss with her and thinking everyone with a diagnosis like that, they're like this. Diagnosis, that's what's so dangerous. That's the thing that bothers me about this case, period. When we drag all of this stuff into the public, we're talking about medical records, we're talking about mental health evaluations. When we drag everything forward, we may say, yeah, I see that, but at the same time, now here's another thing with clinical diagnosis. You'll have outliers in that. There's no consensus tool. I can't tell you, like if you go into physical health doctor and you broke your arm, well, obviously you broke your arm. You can see it on an x-ray. When I'm telling you that your patterns of behavior are based on something, I'm using tools that help me get there, but at the end of the day, that is a subjective opinion. So you won't always have consensus on those. I believe with Amber Heard, though, that you're going to see a lot of consensus on who she is. You know, some of the medical providers that she's worked with, though, the ones that gave her like bipolar and stuff, some won't be honest about that. And sometimes, here's the thing too that you see with diagnostics. If you give somebody a diagnosis they don't like, you know what's going to happen? They're not going to come back, and they're not going to get treatment. If you told Amber Heard that she's attention seeking, that she's volatile, that she's all of these things, if she read about a personality disorder, do you think she's going to come back and get help? No. So a lot of times, misdiagnosis is a huge problem. ADHD is a big. Actually, bipolar is a huge one. Here we have, in Tennessee, I think our major overdiagnosis is actually schizoaffective disorder. We have a huge problem with people being diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder, which is very strange. But I mean, that's one of our majors. Like we had it to the point that there were insurance companies that were discussing the problem of that. Let's see, Tori Ash, thanks for the 2 there. Elon just bought Twitter. bot pages for Amber. Well, that's what I wonder. Isn't that weird, right? Elon Musk going to be taking a stand in a couple of weeks, and he just bought Twitter. I wonder if anybody will suddenly not be interested in the case anymore. My Michelle, 2021. Thanks for the 2. Is the witness on Amber's? Is the witness on or an Amber's witness? No. Hopefully that shows now. This is all Johnny Depp's witnesses still. Stephanie, it cut off part of your name there. I'm sorry for that. I can't see everything there, so I'll just say Stephanie. Thanks for the 5. I thought that she was a narcissistic personality disorder, but I think borderline with histrionic, pretty much dead on. Yeah, I mean, when you go through again, that goes into the whole consensus opinion. You checkbox. You only require X amount of criteria. All the things that I listed. Out of all of those, you typically only need 3 items, depending, again, most diagnoses, typically you need 3 out of X criteria. Well, you could check, if you look at behavior, you can categorize somebody very easily with those 3. And the diagnostic manuals are always changing too. So, hey, Kaylin S., there were 2 super chats that came through that said, wait for it. Thanks for both of those. Appreciate that. Gil, thanks for the 2. Tell a little umbrella girl I missed your card to your giveaway, and I want it. I have one up. I need to put one up. I'll put one up for Friday or maybe Saturday. How you doing, Gil, by the way? Good to see you, buddy. I'm glad to see you around all the time. Katrina, thanks for the 10. Oh, that's nasty. The lawyer read on the objection talking about, this is about Tara Roberts, when she heard the witness say they seemed in love. That witness, so I do want to, Tara Roberts was a fascinating witness. Did you notice the discussion with Tara Roberts was, is their son in the Bahamas? Do you actually draw your salary outside of the expenses of running the island? I mean, wasn't that ridiculous? Hey, Wallace, thanks for the 10. Are the aforementioned disorders hereditary? My mother, but especially her mother, share a lot of similarities with Amber, and they nearly ruined my life. And I not moved abroad. Had I not moved abroad? Well, now there's disagreement with that. Oh, we're back. We'll discuss that if you remind me. We'll discuss that. We can have a lot of discussion over mental health. If people are interested in that, I can talk about mental health for a month of Sundays. I enjoy the topic. I mean, as a practitioner, that's why I got into it. I also got into it because I work with people on Medicare and Medicaid typically. So I work with the poorest communities. You're seeing people here that work with the richest communities. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that as a judgment there. It's just we see vastly different worlds. When people are living on the streets eating out of garbage cans, it's a different world than when the people that are living in Hollywood mansions. But you still see. It's amazing the connection that you see there too, the dysfunction that you see behind closed doors.
All right, you have your seat.
All right,
And
we are
next
back
question,
though.
Thank you.
We're back to Tara Roberts.
Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking
sorry,
about
Shannon Curry.
some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street. So you really need a test that's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for.
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician-administered PTSD scale, -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the Life Events Checklist. And the Life Events Checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the Life Events Checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed, let's say they have a number of different types of traumas, which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing, and we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. Okay. We'll call it the CAPS 5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in, but then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay. Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
All right. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated, so they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many, many, many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility, sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So after you provide the examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types...
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates, co-workers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention-seeking. very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Hurd's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that,
Okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, then they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations, and that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently, they can react aggressively, they will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves, but mostly we call this administrative violence. So essentially this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
When you listen again, remember, anything that's discussed there is not, I'm going to make this very clear, is not about excusing behavior. It is about explaining behavior. So when you hear them discuss that, do not excuse behavior. Again, she shows no contrition, no remorse. She did not ask for this. This was a court-ordered diagnostic of her. And when they went through, they talked about her again. This is just what a clinician found looking at it. And I feel like I have to stress that again and again. And I say that as a clinician and as somebody that has trained many people in diagnostics. You know, diagnostics help out. Diagnostics also, there's a fine dance that you do with insurance companies. And that's the reason, like for this person here, they can use it as a perfect categorization tool. And that is literally what you want diagnosis to be. Anyway.
You indicated, you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder, as is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met, at a specific level, and if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration, or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Heard's own self-descriptions.
Okay, we're gonna, I'm gonna ask you a question about.
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend of.
Yes.
Of Ms. Heard. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes, so the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair, because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close-knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long-term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way, now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder. And these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value, okay? So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention, and when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about. How is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little at my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smarts, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so, it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more, and they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction, not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
How did you determine that?
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things, they feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask
Okay,
you, what
yes,
was that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician-administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders, and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS-5?
So the CAPS-5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this, before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present. Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. And there was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
She didn't know the third criteria.
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS-5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it. by
And
drawing out the
how does that work?
because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD, why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS-5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes, their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI too is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also, substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that that had been there prior. but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Brady, go ahead and have our lunch break. It might be a good idea.
All right, we
break
got a
it up
lot to
there.
talk about here.
Okay, I
Ooh,
know. I
good
can see you
stuff.
jumping
Good
up.
place.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
This is
Okay?
a very good
We'll
to
be back
touch.
here.
Right, we can have a very good conversation off of this because, again, I diagnose people. So this is a place that I actually do know something about. You hear a lot of people talking about their law understanding. Well, this is my field. I understand this field. So I can't tell you about law and
again, Dr. Cruz,
practices.
since you're in the middle of your testimony, please do not
Excuse me a
discuss
second.
your testimony with anybody at this time, okay? All right, let's just, while we come back at 1:50, okay? Come back at 1:50? All right, thank you.
All right, so we have a break here. I'm going to cut feed for a minute. I'm going to cut the sound on that too so it doesn't blow up any sound there. And we'll pull up an image while we're talking. All right, so the diagnostics, like I said, I feel that they very much fit Amber Heard. I've said this in the past. Now, she has been diagnosed with other things before. She has actually been diagnosed with anxiety disorders. She has been diagnosed also with, here, let me pull this up in front of you. She has been diagnosed with mood disorders, but the difference in mood, and she was diagnosed with PTSD. Now, the PTSD discussion was a fascinating discussion because the PTSD discussion, she's faking it. I'm not going to use words that we will use with clinicians. I'm going to use the words that are real. So I'm going to say she's faking her PTSD diagnosis. How do you know that? Well, because initially, when you go in, what she was talking about were different scaling tools, and she discussed how these scaling tools work. All right, now in the different scaling tools, the one that she was saying that she administered outside of a personality test. Again, they gave her 567 questions on the personality test. A lot of people have taken that before. But outside of that, you do a clinician interview test. They work pretty well, too. I mean, here's the thing. You can tell when people are, you'll hear the words malingering. You can tell when people are malingering, when they're coming up with items that are not real. And one of the main giveaways for that is saying that you suffer from everything under the sun, basically. Like if I give you a checklist of 20 items, and some of these are extreme. And remember, it is not rare to see somebody have 18, 19, 20. It is virtually impossible if somebody's being honest, because the way that something like PTSD, it's perceived, for the person, like the way that you perceive your symptoms, you can have PTSD just like another person could have that, but it impacts you differently. I guess that's the way. That's why we have so many different, if you meet X amount of these, you have that, but you don't expect someone to meet every one of those. That's why I was saying about personality disorders. That's why you'll see they meet 3 criteria on this checklist. Very rarely, there are some things like personality disorders. You'll have somebody meet a lot of those because it's just like a checklist. But when you're talking about episodic care, things that you're going to medicate away, essentially, things that you're going to see come up with, again, they have bouts where they pop up, like depression, for example. They diagnose a little bit differently. Again, now with her, she said that she had 19 of 20. That right there, that's not a warning sign. That is a giant red flag being held up, saying, whoa, wait a minute, this isn't real. This isn't real at all. Now, after this was further explored, the 19 of 20 was whittled down to 3. And some of these, again, you have to think about how some of these are generalized, how some of them cross over. I'm going to be blunt about this, and maybe this makes me an asshole to say this, okay? But she says that she was abused in childhood. How do I believe her when I know that she faked abuse before? If somebody's faked it, that fits not with the criteria of PTSD. It fits with the criteria of personality disorder and being this, especially histrionic personality disorder. It fits with the criteria of that because you'll do anything to be the center of attention. Now, oftentimes, again, like this said, you'll have the manifestation of being the princess archetype. You'll have the manifestation of, whatever draws attention. But that also, in this day and age especially, being a victim has power because we recognize it more. We recognize the impact of it. We've become more empathetic as a society, and there are people that will use that for their own gain. But her 3 criteria popped up for PTSD. I mean, think about these as they carry over. All right, you have nightmares. Now, her nightmares, she said, that was they were vague. We got a lot of vagary with that. But we got being held down, for example. Now, that again is supposed to be part of childhood trauma. Again, is that real? We have no idea. But that's vagary to a point. A heightened startle response. Now, as part of her heightened startle response, when she was talking about it, I think she's trying to say that part of her criteria was the heightened arousal. But really, I mean, she ran a lot of things together in there. I'm going to call heightened arousal a 3rd criteria, even though, again, heightened startle response, heightened arousal. But it sounded like she was using that as a 3rd criteria. I would say that's the same criteria. I would say that I didn't hear a 3rd criteria, but that's what I made notes as we go along. I actually make notes of this stuff where we discuss it, but especially this. But I found it interesting that she said that she was grossly exaggerating the symptoms of PTSD. And again, when you go through the CAPS-5, I wonder if we have a CAPS-5 test online that we can find real easy. CAPS-5. Let's see. So it's the clinician's administered PTSD scale. I'm trying to find the questions on it. What these are, again, here we are. They're just basic questions that you're being asked to answer, and being asked to answer honestly. That's a big part of that. You're being asked to answer this stuff honestly, but a lot of people don't understand that when you answer something, when you're saying whether or not there are control variables for that. You can see it in there. Again, if it's overweighted as a test, you can see it anyway. But I think it's hilarious that a lot of people that when they want to fake something. So the clinician administered PTSD scale, or the CAPS. Again, it's considered the gold standard. I'm reading this here for post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis. You have again, it's a tiered interview questionnaire. You're asking questions, but you're doing it in a way that a person, you tell them that you're interviewing, you tell them while you're doing it. Of course, you don't want people to ever feel ambushed, but if you've done it a lot, you can, like, I can go through a depression scale asking you, when you're telling me out of a 1 to 5 on your answers, I can do it in a way that you don't feel like I'm interviewing you. It feels just like a conversation, where I describe how that sets up, and I describe how the response measures your scoring actually does indicate. So you don't want it to feel cold and clinical. You want it to feel like you and we're just having a discussion. You sit down, you ask for whatever. Now with her, she's going to be I thought it was interesting because she said that Amber Heard took effort to mask any type of mental health issues during that, when Amber Heard has gone out of her way to showcase mental health issues in the past. So I thought that was a fascinating one. Now, the histrionic and borderline personality, remember, they're, like she said, they're the same cluster type. You're talking about dramatic, erratic. You're talking about the same types of behavior that come up. Hey, Deborah, thanks for the 20, by the way. I'm going to try to catch people while we're discussing. If you have questions about the stuff, hit me with them. Like if there's super chats that roll in, I'll try to catch a few of the back end ones. I'll catch everything I can while we're in there, but I also, like I said, I want to have a conversation on it. Now, what I thought came up that was very fascinating in that discussion was the fact that one of her main co-conspirators apparently disclosed something that I'd never heard before. Her main co-conspirator, Rocky Pennington. Rocky Pennington lived across the hallway with Josh Drew, who photographed everything, right? She apparently described being hit by Amber Heard. She also was described as former friend Rocky Pennington. Did you catch that in there? Former friend. I told you. We talked about this stuff. Well, if you're new to it, I've been saying forever, one of the friend group would crack. They would let something go that would be significant. They would tell about them, and they would turn on Heard because of her personality, she doesn't keep friends. Because it's part of that, which is that it's showcased in diagnoses. Again, you can see this stuff. Like you may not have the diagnostic lingo for it, but you know it. You just don't. You may not use the right category. See, the only difference is that she put that in a category. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. Audios have shown she'll be yelling and cursing as the doctor talks, but self-control in court. Beach, oh, look at her face. Amica, Rottenborn does. Somebody needs to rub a lot of Amica cream on this to make it go away, right? 2012, thanks for the 2. Cluster type, yep. Cluster F about right. That's true too. It is a cluster. But she also, so she was talking about 2 of the doctors, and one huge disclosure came out in this. So Dr. Hughes, she mentioned Dr. Cowan, Dr. Hughes, and she mentioned a nurse that I can't, if I can't spell her name correctly, I butcher it if I bring it back up. So I'll just say her nurse. Because like I said, I messed that name up over and over again. But she said with Dr. Hughes noted that Amber Heard had cut her arm in the past. That's how she came up with it. I was like, wait a minute. So she admits to self-harm. But I thought she didn't self-harm. That's why the pictures yesterday, they couldn't be self-harm because Amber Heard doesn't self-harm. That's what her defense told us, right? They told us that yesterday. That is probably, out of everything you just heard, that is the most significant thing that you heard out of there. Amber Heard, from a doctor, her private doctor, admits that Amber Heard self-admitted to cutting herself in the past, to cutting her arm Not just herself, her arm. You know, the one that's being held up there. How do you say that a picture in a tabloid is proof that you were harmed by another person when you self-harm on the same freaking areas? You can't. You can't do that. That is the most, all of this other stuff you could wash away. If there's a doctor note that says that she self-harms, she cuts her arms, that washes everything away. That is the most significant thing that was said in that, out of anything else. Because yesterday, again, they brought up tabloid pictures of her arm, saying, these are the injuries. This right here, it proves it. No. Sherry Lynn, thanks for the 5 there. And the super sticker, I like that. I like that jumping controller. Could I explain HPD? Yeah. Okay, so again, like she was saying, you think about it this way: for borderline personality disorder, I liked how she was describing main need, because main need, that's the easiest way to understand each one of these diagnoses. For histrionic personality disorder, I'm gonna use, like I said, I'm gonna use the main qualifier from that, like she was going through. So when she was discussing BPD, its underlining problem is the terror of abandonment, right? I mean, that you have a main issue there. With histrionic personality disorder, your underlying components are drama. Let's just call it drama. That's the best way. She used shallowness, drama. That is the best thing. Center of attention. You know those folks. They gotta have the spotlight on her. But it's not. It's to a point that is almost insane when you consider it. Some people like attention. But this is to the an insane level. You know, I say that not as a clinically insane level. I'm saying this is to the nth degree. However, maybe insane's not the best qualifier for me to be using in this discussion. But she feels this drive, saying to be the center of attention, to always be that. And again, you're talking about somebody that will do anything to maintain that center of attention. They will take on any role. And the best role in this day and age, victim. Victim is the best role to maintain, people. Hey, Heather Walsh, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. That's cool and cute. I like that. Bear Cream, yes, please. Thanks for the 5. This testimony makes the audio clips at the end of Johnny O's testimony make a lot of sense. Yeah, poor Johnny didn't know what the heck was going on. Well, it's also, like they said, with histrionic personality disorder, people, they know how to use attractiveness and they know how to manipulate. Also with borderline personality disorder, again, same cluster type personality disorders, you have people that come on very strong, like you want them to be around. You think that this is somebody that you would like to be around all the time, and then it'll turn on you. They have an ineffectiveness to maintain positive relationships because of this perception of abandonment. Everything you do is abandonment. Like she said, a perfect example. You'll see this in a therapeutic sense with folks. Say I had to say there was an issue and I was here's a perfect example. One time I had to walk out of a room and go get 3 documents that were part of something. I told them, I'll be right back. I've just got to get something. You could see in that, you could see almost this attitude change in the person you're meeting with, because they feel like that's part of abandonment. No matter what you do, they take that action, they turn it into perceived abandonment, and it becomes a real problem. And it becomes something that after a while, that whomever you're in a relationship with, holy crap, you don't want to be there. Now, again, not everyone's going to turn to fake claims of abuse, or anything like that. It's just an inability to maintain relationships because of this feeling, again, of abandonment. You're going to be abandoned. No one cares about you. No one wants you around. Again, it's this heightened, hyper sense of that idea. Silver Streak 7878. Thanks for the 20. No statement, but that's statement enough. Thank you. You definitely that like I said, that's all backing. Thank you. Heather Walsh, again, same super sticker. If you meant to say that twice, if you didn't, you can cancel one of them. But thank you for the super sticker as well. I always mention that if somebody has the exact same one. If you meant to, thank you. If you didn't mean to. Leah Ann, thanks for the 5. Would not be shocked in the slightest if she absorbed JD's abuse background and created stories of her own that aren't true. Just, wow, that's another thing. Okay, so they were talking about something that made a lot of sense when you think about how our discussion about Johnny Depp. So people with these diagnostic criteria, they oftentimes, they do not have, okay, like borderline personality disorder. It's an identity issue disorder too. In that identity disorder, who are you? That's the question. You become the person that you want. You become them. You start to mimic the way that they dress. You mimic their interest. You mimic the way they talk. Now, here's the problem with that. The level of social function these folks really have, it's not to a degree of like her social functioning is high. Social functioning, some disorders make it to the point where you can't maintain in crowds. You can't maintain around people. You push away. This, on the other hand, this makes you very good at social function because you're perceived as, again, if somebody wants to be the life of the party, if they want to have all of this attention, they're good at creating relationships. They're good at getting attention, but look what they do with it. So, I mean, if you see somebody that seems like they're going to be like you, they seem like they have everything in common, of course you want to be around that. And that is part of, that is a not just an identity issue. I think we leave out the manipulation part of that too. I believe Amber Heard, it wasn't just an identity. She's not lost in that. I believe she had, that's more of a borderline personality trait, the identity issue, losing yourself. I believe what you saw with her trying to manipulate Johnny Depp, the eclectic jazz and stuff, that wasn't her. That was more of her trying to get to him to be the center of attention. That's different. I don't think it was just identity. Maybe some of the things you see there, but a lot of it, how do you hook a whale like that? Well, you hook them with their favorite bait, right? You're not going to, it's just like fishing, man. If you go out fishing, you don't throw out bricks and think you're going to catch something, right? You throw out their favorite bait. She threw out their favorite bait. Zoe Girl, thanks for the 5. When did Rocky Pennington stop being her friend? I don't remember this story at all. We've never heard that before. We've never heard it before. That's what I'm saying. Like that's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. Like we've never heard about the Rocky Pennington stuff. She just brought that up in the middle of it. So if you don't know Rocky Pennington, by the way, Rocky Pennington was best friends with Amber Heard. Like I've said a while, I have said that it would be between Io Tillett Wright and Rocky Pennington, but I always, you can go back to other videos we've talked about this. I always felt that Rocky Pennington was the easiest to break because Rocky Pennington is not in the spotlight. Like Io Tillett Wright still got something from all of this. They're dramatic. So in their drama, I thought they might turn. But Rocky Pennington, what have they had to gain over the last few years? Except scorn and ridicule. And they're dealing with somebody that probably made a lot of promises to them and then probably didn't deliver. When you're living in a penthouse across from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I'm sure life looks really great. When you've been dealing with this for 6 years and they're giving you absolutely nothing, you're getting dragged through the court and everybody hates you because you're part of a conspiracy, I imagine your life seems different, especially when you get slapped in the face by your supposed friend and all of that. Yeah. Keegan, thanks for the $5. The combination of histrionic and BPD combo sounds more like narcissistic personality. What's your take? I mean, again, we're talking about just cluster personality. That's they're close personality disorders. Again, you have to look at what is the true drive of that personality disorder. And yeah, you would have. I would even say that another clinician looking at her may say that she is NP. They may well do that because, again, this is a subjective, not an objective science. Again, if you go in and talk to a doctor about broken bones, well, a doctor can look at an X-ray and visualize that and say, yes, this works. With therapy, I've always found this astounding when you think about this. With therapy, you're using words. That's it. Words. You may use medication in some instances, but it's really words. You can keep people from harming themselves and others just with a wall of words. If you're effective at it, you can do everything. And misuse, that is a very dangerous tool. But used properly, it is a very effective tool. But yeah, it's still just, it's a subjective science there. Very subjective. And people that are good at it, you have enough tools to go in and make a calculated inference about it. That's why the MMPI, that's when they're looking at all of the description through that, you get a real feel for personality. That's the whole point in dropping that personality guide in there. You look at that, then you look at all of the other external factors. The external factors from the person is what I mean. You're looking at internal factors like you have self-reporting. You have, their self-reporting is also in self-scaling when you're talking about like testing. But then you have external factors like their behavior as perceived, through audio. I mean, it's an internal cue, but they're not. They've put it out into the world, and you're grabbing hold of it, and also external factors like friends and other items. So again, another provider may actually put that there, though. I mean, we will run into that a lot, where you'll have non-consensus in diagnostics. Like I argue. Sometimes I argue. Sometimes I get heated about like, no, this is what's wrong with this. This is, and that affects again. When you're getting down to it, you're just explaining behavior. Again, this is the art of categorization. And what does categorization mean? It's just for explanation's sake. I'm very careful about that because, again, we're not giving her any slack with that. And a lot of people will. A lot of people will sit down and say, look, there's something wrong with her. This explains it. No, personality, when you look at personality especially, you're just looking at what makes a person a person. You are not looking at, again, something that's episodic that they need. Like that's the reason that they drew the distinction between PTSD and personality disorder. PTSD, it points to something else, also. Like, why are you depressed? Why is this coming on? What's causing that? Okay. Personality disorder, yes, that can be ingrained there, but that's been from childhood. And again, there's arguments over. Somebody asked whether that was nature or nurture earlier, which I was supposed to answer. There's not a consensus on that either. I go more with nurture philosophy on everything. Again, there's nature, like some of our personality. Again, if you have like a brain chemistry differential, like your body, your body is unique. So many things physically will impact you. That can cause things. But a lot of what you see, like you're asked, the person was asking about behavior seen in a mom or her mom. Well, if you see that behavior, you continually see it passed down. So there's a lot of nurture aspects of that. I think a lot of what you see though is a nurture aspect. Jackie, thanks for the 5. Listening to your take on all of this is so interesting. Thanks. No problem. I enjoy going over stuff like this. And now we get to talk about something that's, again, the lawyers, they love to tell you about their take on law, and that can be fascinating. But, man, I love the mental health part of that. Mike Goddard, thanks for the 5. My hero. I like that sticker there. Also, Wrinkly 1950, thanks for the 5. You're number 1. No, you folks are number 1. Appreciate that. Michelle at Dragon Locks Works, welcome. Thank you. Also, thank you for that membership, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you. I like that. Like I said, I appreciate all of you showing up too, and you make the channel work there. So if you would, these like this broadcast here does not really go out to, like, you don't get it. People can find it, but it's harder to find the big ones. So if you like what we do, share what we do. If you like the videos or this live stream, invite people over. Tell them we're live, because a lot of people may not know that. Swigging Through Life, thanks for the 20. Many are asked to clarify that border or bipolar disorder is different than BPD. Also, it's been diagnosis with bipolar disorder. Could you reiterate that there are different levels for disorder? And again, do they get help that makes a difference? Yeah, well, first of all, the criteria, part of diagnostic, one of the things that I brought up that I'm trying to hammer here is contrition, or the want for help. That is a huge component in this too. If somebody doesn't want help, if they don't ask for help, if they're not seeking help, that should play a key role in it. If you acknowledge that there's an issue, and you have to first acknowledge that there's an issue. Like, again, Amber Heard, she doesn't perceive any issue with her. In fact, the way that was discussed, it's exactly the opposite. That is a key component in a lot of personality disorder too. You think the problem is exterior, and she thinks the problem is exterior for a lot of things, which is fine. You could go along life and you kind of expect that from some people that are like Amber Heard, let's just say. The problem becomes that when she wanted attention, she decided to get attention by destroying another person's life. That's where it came in. The court ordered this. But yeah, when you're talking about like differences between like bipolar or anything else, we're talking realms of difference here. Again, as she said, episodic care. We're talking about something that comes on in episodes or bouts, but it's also what causes that. When you think PTSD, what's your first thought? What caused what caused that? Because there has to be something that caused that. Well, when you get into personality, again, we're explaining the trait makeup of who a person is, and we're talking about disorder. We're talking about issues within those traits. I hope that makes sense. I think I'm saying that well enough, but if it doesn't make sense, let me know. Sherilyn, thanks for the 10. Umbrella, you need to need your help. People on Instagram are using JD's name to get money from people, promising video chats and other perks. Sentence management 18. Oh yeah, that I have screenshots. What to do? Those are scams. You just put the word out there and tell people not to respond. Johnny Depp is not on Instagram hitting you up. He's not offering video chats. He's not doing anything like that. They're not. He's in the middle of a court case. I'll make reminders that they're doing that. I did a video a while back on one of the scammers because I thought it was funny. Because Johnny Depp, he needs your help. You know what he needs from you? He needs you to buy him some iTunes cards. I mean, oh, Lord, these people. But yes, there are a lot of scammers out there. There are a lot of them, and people need to be aware. If Johnny Depp hits you up in your instant messages, it's not Johnny Depp. Let me just put that way, okay? If it is, man, that's different. But yeah, Johnny Depp is not. Let me say, I will say 1,000,000% that Johnny Depp isn't going to get on Instagram and hit you up like that. That's not how. Depp is not a tech person anyway. He doesn't work things like that. So he's probably not going to make contact with you on social media, period, like that. Let me just say, I'm sure of that. So more of Minecraft. Thanks for the super chat. Any autism chances when she freaks out? I'm ASD. Now her behavior. She's not autistic. She's not on the spectrum for sure. I was curious about ABA. Again, not, you have to be, like with autism, for example, to become someone who specializes, you have to have specialization. And ABA has a lot of flaws. But I actually I was working on a PhD for ABA, and my dad, or my stepfather at the time, was really close to. He developed cancer, and I ended up leaving my practicum those last 2 years of that. But it doesn't really, you're not really making any more money or anything else. It's more of a vanity thing. Like if you end up picking it up, you find out later on. But I was curious about, the point in that is I was curious about diagnostics of autism, because when you're working with people, I would rather work with kids, because kids, if you diagnose early, you find ways to make sure, like a kid, parents are freaking out at a certain age because they see behaviors, they don't understand that, and they'll ingrain some terrible ways to try to adjust behaviors. Many behaviors, they don't need adjustment. You just need to understand why they're there. So, I thought that would be beneficial. And there are some things that, again, they do need adjustment, because people, they end up self-harming, not intentionally, but I mean, it's kind of a different thing from what we see with her, though. She's definitely not autistic. That's for sure. Christina Cush, welcome. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you for that membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. The media's silent on that. Yeah, I'm sure what they're going to do in this is they're going to be like, oh, well, nothing. How much of this could be put down to her drug and alcohol abuse? Are you talking about diagnostic? The personality disorder stuff doesn't really factor into that at all. I mean, a lot of this behavior would have already been solidified by the time she ran into Johnny Depp. Her behavior already. You pick up a lot of traits in childhood. Again, if you acknowledge traits and you're cognizant of them, you can change them. Like, for example, the perceived abandonment. Like, oh man, everybody's going to leave me. Everybody hates me. And you make that happen, right? Well, if you can acknowledge that, then you can work to change it. But the problem is, like, you have to acknowledge it first. And Amber Heard has not acknowledged any of that. She will never acknowledge it. But that doesn't really get into her. Now, like I said, I want to be very careful in giving her an out, because the way that I want to be very blunt in how I say this. I'm gonna use a descriptor here that, well, I'm just going to be coarse about how I say this. There is no diagnosis that says that someone is a cold-hearted bitch and will burn your life down. There's no diagnosis. So you got to say it a different way. And sometimes I don't think that you should. Again, categorization makes you understand who someone is, but you don't really need to empathize with that, because at the end of the day, there are just some horrible freaking people out there. Some horrible people that learned early on that they can manipulate. That if they manipulate a certain way, that manipulation They were given validation that leads to other forms of manipulation, and so on. You see this endless cycle. It's a repeated behavior. But with a person like Amber Heard, I think she's cognizant. You're cognizant of the idea that he sexually abused me is going to destroy someone's life, and it didn't happen. You know that. It doesn't matter if you're an extreme attention seeker or not. At the end of the day, you know what you're doing, and you understand that this is not the way to do it. Do you need to be the center of attention? Sure. Okay. Do you have to come up with fake freaking claims to destroy somebody and to use the legal system to ruin them? No. I think, like I said, a lot of diagnostics, they become excuse. They become a vehicle for excuse, and that's it can't be. They can't be. Jerbina, thanks for the super chat. It's mirroring other people, only a BPD thing. Can it be normal? It can be normal too. It's and again, don't look at yourself as irregular or regular. If you see some traits in here, and when you're talking about something, that there's not anything in that says that there's something wrong with you. Never take diagnostic and think, hey, I have a similar patterns of behavior with this person. First of all, if you recognize patterns of behavior, go see a professional about it, because never self-diagnose. That doesn't work. And never think that you're not normal in something too. Normal, we're all individual. We all like mirroring people. Many of us, we have self-esteem issues. I mean, it's a different thing. These are just identifiers to help us better understand who Amber Heard is. But like in yourself, if you think, well, I mirror people because I feel like I don't have self-identity. A lot of times that's just because, again, you don't feel comfortable with yourself. You don't feel like you have value. You undervalue who you are. You find not just value, but validation in picking up somebody else. Or maybe, there are also people who change who they are all the time. Like they're constantly on the move, and they're constantly shedding that social skin, as it were. I mean, there are a million different ways we can end up on that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, all of those behaviors, you're individual. You aren't that categorization box. That's why when you look at therapy, there is a main tool for therapy. It is called individualized care. If a person is giving you care because you meet a bunch of criteria boxes, then they aren't caring for you. They're caring for a criteria box. So just always remember that with it too. Like when we discuss this stuff, meet with a professional if there's an issue. If you just have a personality, if you see stuff here too, but it doesn't cause another part of seeking treatment is having something that causes an interruption in your ability to function in society. Like you have to have societal functioning is the main key. Like you and I could find a reason to categorize you if we just sat down. I mean, I could 3/4 of the population are just bam, easily categorized because that's the way that this is set up. But part of diagnosing people is, again, societal functioning. Like what we're talking about with Amber Heard, part of her reason for needing diagnosis is because she destroyed someone's life. She obviously can't function in mixed company, because if she's functioning in mixed company, well, she may just decide to set someone on fire, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. Like I definitely, like I said, I do not want to leave that part out. RJ, thanks for the 9 there. Ex from 2 months ago had BPD. Never again. Hot and cold. Abuse and pushing away to suddenly wanting nonstop attention and blaming you for everything. Luckily not violent, but drink a lot. Yes, drinking and stuff will exacerbate that, you know? Is the feed? Yeah, I've got the feed up too. I've got it up. I would leave the sound on. I've got it up on the other thing though. It's playing alongside while we're discussing. So if you notice it go live, if I see a bunch of people saying it's live, then I'll check too. You know, so you keep your eye on it too, and I do appreciate that. It helps me because sometimes when I'm discussing, she's you could see her behavior too. She kept eye rolling. I don't know if you guys caught that. Like she eye rolled the entire time they were in there. Those eyes, man, they were rolling just so much. It was crazy. Helena, thanks for the find there. Just like empathy doesn't mean sympathy. Yes, explanation is not an excuse. Exactly. Knowing this information, what they do about the baby. Well, there's nothing, you know. The baby is a different conversation totally. Anyway, now if the abuse thing, if she would abuse one person, I mean, it is a concerning thing. It is concerning, but at the same time, there's nothing that can be done about it, really. I say that, you know, she has money. The one key that'll keep you from ever having a problem with those kids is money. You know, CPS, for example, like Child Protective Services, right? They don't typically go after the rich. You know why? Because the rich, they have armies of lawyers. What they do, they actually don't go after the poor that often either. They go after the lower middle class. They go after those that are right on the line on one way, like they're not exactly lower middle class, or they go after the lower middle class because you're just eking by. So, you know, because the things you have to jump through make money. Like, it's an unfortunate reality there, but the CPS is a money-making machine. You will hear, like, when I speak about CPS, I do not like CPS. I'm not saying that about workers. If you work for CPS, maybe you have the best reason for being there. But CPS is so bad in states like Texas, a federal judge found the entire state of Texas in contempt and fined the entire state of Texas until they fix issues because they won't fix problems. People die in their care. It's a horrible place. Oh. Baby's not adopted. The baby was delivered via surrogate, actually. Well, it's Elon Musk baby, I'm pretty much sure. Bioman, thanks for the 5. Hey there, love your channel. Thanks for your professional take on this. Creepy accurate. Hopefully Miss Umbrella Guy, little Umbrella Girl are doing well. Open the damn door. I heard her open the door earlier. So yeah, my 2-year-old has been listen, there was a show where on the show, somebody said, open the damn door. And my 2-year-old picked that up. She heard it. And like, she'll bang on the door. I have a door down here where you can, you know, where she can come downstairs. And I'll hear, tick, 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 and I'll hear, open the damn door. It's funny. She was doing that yesterday. Smokey Pooch, thanks for the 5. AH is a master manipulator who's fully aware of what she's done and taking JD's suffering as her own so she gets attention, which is like oxygen for her. Yes, exactly. And it needs to be called out. It needs to be put on blast, and it never, ever needs to be given any kind of excuse or any kind of social validation. The Voice, thanks for the 449. I got abused from my ex-girlfriend. When I tried going to the police, they didn't believe me. So I ended up with an ashtray bounced off my head daily. Yes, that happens a lot. It sucks too. It sucks. It sucks for like me. Victims, when you're in the middle of it, you know, not in the aftermath, when you survived and walked away, when you're in the middle of it, when you're being victimized, the system is broken. It does not help survivors that often anyway. Males in the middle of it, though, like turning to the police, they typically will not get help. Like in an area where I'm at, I live out here in Podunk. Okay, like when I see clientele come in and if I tell them they need to go get help, you know what happens typically? Nothing. You have to tell, you know, even if you report issues, like the follow-up rarely does anything. Like I've had, you have if you notice injuries on somebody, there's a duty to, a duty to report, right? You have children, if you think they're being abused, if you think the elderly are being abused, and then if you see injury on adults. Now, for other things, like I have seen men I've never had a man come in and admit to, well, maybe I have, maybe one. I don't want to be untruthful about that. It is very, very rarely ever happened that a man has come in for help for these type of issues that we're talking about. Because again, the way it's perceived, and they know they won't get help. But a lot of people don't get help anyway. Women too. I don't want to make it just a male only issue, but it's definitely become a problem with, again, more men are realizing that some of the things that happen in their relationships maybe aren't healthy. Maybe that is abuse, because they're trained to think. Like I was telling this story the other day. For example, in my own life, I broke up with an ex. She was, man, it was something. But when I went to leave, I was backing out. I actually, at the time, I'm very tall, so I had a Honda Accord, tiny little car, but I had to have that little slider extended to get it to push back. Well, she ran up to a porch to grab something because she knew I was leaving. I was out of there. I was like, oh, I can't deal with this. This is insane. She hit my back window with something. I was like, what the heck? And then she hit the top of my car. And the sound was just so weird, right? When I was driving away, I kept hearing this like rattling, like a sound. I was like, what the heck is that? So when I got to where I was going, she had gotten a hand axe. The ones with I don't know what they're technically called, but they have that weird little point on the back. And she had hit the vehicle. A Accord is not exactly the most, the toughest car ever. And she had raged so hard that when she hit that car, she hit it at one, just a junction point or something, I guess, because I don't know how easy it'd be to stick it through. But she hit it. It was weak enough that thing stunk. It just flew right into the car top. Which was weird, people kept looking at the car. How you can tell, like, if you got a flat tire because somebody's, like, looking, your tire's going low. They keep looking at you. People kept looking at my car weird. I was like, what the heck's going on? It's because I had a hand axe stuck in the top of it. But that was normal behavior. I just tell it like a story. That was crazy. Now, maybe that's normal. Maybe somebody trying to kill you with a hand axe, which they would have if I would have stopped. They would have probably attacked me with that thing. Maybe that's not typical behavior, but that's just like, that's just a little crazy. T, thanks for the two. From Texas. Just commented on that. It's awful. Yeah, Texas is, Texas is a mess. Gal Pal Val, thanks for that 9 months there. I don't know how anyone can listen to JD talk and not see the sad repeated pattern of abuse survivors. People want to look at the behavior that they see in someone like a JD. And I want to think he had enough money to leave. Therefore, money doesn't make you any better at dealing with issues. A lot of people don't have empathy for. You see more empathy for a male like Johnny Depp than typical, which is good. I think these issues, him going and making these issues seen, that is very important. At the same time, the dismissiveness, because I've seen that along political divide, because he made some stupid political comments, no matter which side of the political divide you're on, but he's human. We're all human, Celebrity is a poison. People shouldn't be uplifted because of celebrity. They shouldn't be judged because they're in the spotlight. They're human beings. Now you can be judged in the way you treat customers and everything else, but making we all say stupid things. And God, Hollywood is even worse. That's not excusing saying stupid things, but come on, one is not the other. And also, it takes a fat wallet to fight this. It's cost JD over $6 million to get to where we are. 2 court cases, over $6 million already. Amber Heard isn't paying her bill either. As I was talking about yesterday, Elon Musk is paying for her bills. She pays for not just him. Not just her. He pays for the lawyer that represents Amber Heard represents every one of her witnesses too. So her sister, he's paying the bills there. Josh Drew, paying the bills there. Just so on. You keep going down the list. All of these people are paid for, and none of them have any money. But they all have high quality of care. Well, at least billing wise. I wouldn't say Crazy Cat Lady was somebody I would want representing me. Does the sun shine in the Bahamas? I was like, are you kidding me? She wears sunscreen. Do you know how sunscreen looks with injuries? Yeah, it looks like a bruise with sunscreen on it. Thanks, I've had that before. It's not how sunscreen works. Ugh. Hey, show. Thanks for the 20 there. How'd it took? I've been away. The first bit of today. What have I missed? Oh, a bunch. If you want to see a breakdown of that, look on. If you have a Twitter, just go on my Twitter timeline, and I keep up to date with it. You missed a very good discussion of diagnostics and Amber Heard. Very good. How to pronounce is Show. Oh, thank you. Show. So I'll get it if I remember. I should remember that. Show. Thank you. Warm love and greetings from Ireland. Thank you. I hate when I butcher names. I like it if I butcher your name. If you explain it to me, I try to get it right next time. Vex, thanks for the super chat. No statement with that, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Carol Funk, thanks for the 5. She didn't say whether or not Amber Heard got PTSD from childhood abuse. She said they look at different events. No, she didn't. She was saying that she said that she doesn't meet criteria for she doesn't have PTSD. She said that she does not meet criteria for PTSD. So she doesn't have PTSD. She was saying that she eliminated criteria for PTSD. That's why she arrived at this, because Amber Heard claims PTSD. But the distinction there, she said that when she went through the categorization, Amber Heard grossly exaggerated the impact that she was seeing. Let's just say, when you go through the CAPS 5, what you do is you have a. I have to have it in front of me again. I can't remember. I was using another test that was I think it's a 1 to 5 scale. And you go through, you total up, and you see how prevalent the symptoms are, and then you can tell. But you can also eliminate, because there's certain things that you, first of all, just as a provider, you would know that are a problem. Plus, you have a lot of scales. They have some kind of built-in weighting. Like if a person, for example, like Amber Heard, she said that she met 19 of 20 diagnostic criteria. She was saying, I'm suffering from like 1 to 5. Oh, well, I have 5 on 19 of 20 of these. That doesn't happen. Now, again, that's self-reporting in an interview. But if it's done properly, a person will understand that that's not correct. That's not true, and that's what the lady was talking about there. Shannon Curry, that's her name. That's what she was saying. That she was grossly exaggerating that. She only met 3 criteria. And again, the criteria, a heightened startle response, that could come from a lot of things. Why do psychologists use the DSM? Why? Because we have to have a manual. Oh, did somebody ask that?
No, there's one on Twitter right now who's saying she doesn't believe the DSM-5 is...
It's good?
It's completely obliterated in her mind, and she's talking a lot of shit about...
Oh, well, the DSM-5, it actually, you have to have a... Okay, my wife was saying that she was looking at this discussion, and there's, somebody just, I guess, an Amber Heard excuser, is that...
Eve Barlow is retweeting herself.
Oh, Eve Barlow is all up in there saying, oh, the DSM-5 is garbage. Now, the DSM-5 is only it's only for categorizing. But that lady didn't just tell you that they use the DSM-5. They use the MMPI. Now, the MMPI, it's been around forever. Again, it's you describing yourself in 567 questions to get a personality inventory. It gives you an idea to point at it. You further look at that. The further evidence what you're saying, You look at other items that help you categorize. And you do that again through other scaling, like the CAPS 5. The CAPS 5 was used to eliminate what you said that she said that she had, which was PTSD. You further add on to that by, again, the internal factors, like Amber Heard's own statements when she comes in and talks about things. You further add by her behavior that you see, and then you add on that even more from the external factors, like how other people. Then you categorize. So people that the DSM-5, again, it's not perfect in a lot of ways. Like, it is flawed. In fact, the DSM-5 is created more by people looking to settle, to get away, to pay for things. I agree. Who is that? Let's see. Oh, Lord. Oh, so the author of the book called Why Women Are Blamed for Everything. That's a problem with the DSM, and it's simping for Amber Heard. Color me shocked. Color me shocked. Oh, Lord. His mental disorder is being used to defend him. This is a statement from that person. My God, they look like somebody who would have this conversation. His mental disorder is being used to defend him, and her mental disorder is being used to attack her. Don't you see how that works? Oh, my God.
All right, I didn't mean to interrupt it.
No, you're fine. That's, yeah, his mental disorder. Here's the thing. If we flip that around and we said that she had a cigarette put out on her face, how do you think that would turn out? Do you think that people would be saying, let me find a reason to excuse her behavior and validate her emotions? Hell, or his emotions? No. Hell no. If a cigarette ended up put out on a woman's face, I'll tell you right now, he would be in prison so fast you couldn't blink. You want to talk about a double standard in treatment? People want to play the double standard game. This is how it is? No. He had a finger chopped off. He had a cigarette put on his face. She has tabloid pictures claiming injury. If that were a man on that stage, it would burn his life down to the ground. There would be no redemption in this. People like that just disgust me because they use their identity as a weapon. Like there's a big, you know why I got into what I do is because I saw need and I wanted to help people. You know why people like that got into it? Because their identity will allow them to complain about identity. And as they complain forward, they turn it into a vehicle for success. What is their actual credential for doing anything? Nothing. It's being born with gear between your legs. Wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. These people, man, it is. We live in a world where women face their unique challenges. Many a sexual abuse survivor will not get justice in they won't see the police even do anything for kits to find out what's going on. That happens all the time. At the same time, the system is not geared to be friendly toward men. Men are perceived as aggressors. If you look at the backlash for even talking about this, I mean, I was looking up so there's an article that was written about me, talking about how, what was it called? Let me see. I took some screenshots from it. It was about the, give me 1 minute to find it again. It was talking about Johnny Depp, men's rights hero, large swaths of the manosphere. Let me pull that up. Let me actually pull that up. I want to show you how this is perceived between that. It's funny too, like men's rights is, again, men are garbage, dude. You didn't know that? Men are absolute trash. Like, you talk about men having some rights there. You talk about men's rights not to be abused. Psh, somehow that's unfair. I do not understand the world that we live in sometimes, because I cannot understand how people can try to rationally brand the lunacy that we see. All right, let me pull this up here. Give me 1 minute. I got to find I got way too many tabs open. I've been talking about mental health stuff. Let me pull this up, though. I want to show you. If you really want to see how the difference is for this, here you go. So here's an article talking about, and I was streaming with Ricada. I streamed with Ricada Law for 40 hours for 5 days for 8 hours a day plus. Actually, maybe longer than that. But I didn't think I'd be able to cover most of this. And since I have been able to, I've been streaming, doing it this way, but no problem with Ricada at all. I like Ricada. I like it quite a bit. I wouldn't have spent 40 hours over there. I just, now that I am going to be able to stream, again, I didn't want to do a disservice to people if I went through that. But like this article, again, this is the men's rights hero one. Hey, True Blue 79, thanks for the 2, by the way. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7, by the way. When I demanded to be tested for everything under the sun, I did the whole day thing. I have no issues with my diagnosis, but I'm glad to know everything. Yeah, if you want to know yourself and there's something that needs to be worked on, yes, of course. Now, looking at this, though, it's perfect for anyone who creates content around conservative talking points like Hollywood elitism, cancel culture, and the harms of feminism or wokeness. I talk about Hollywood elitism. I didn't know elitism was a conservative talking point. I thought elitism actually was more of a liberal talking point, because if we look at society, if we look at the way that society treats people, we look at that as a have and a have not issue. I didn't realize that was a conservative talking point. It's very interesting. This includes content creators like Nick Ricada and all of his subscribers. He's joined by such like-minded thinkers like ThatUmbrellaGuy, who's used to account for perspective, highlights a video of Jordan Peterson Rex Marvel with his intellectual might. Yeah. No, Jordan Peterson was turned into a villain in Captain America, and I thought that was hilarious. Like, it just tells you like how far down the rabbit hole people go with stuff when you turn people like that into the Red Skull. Like, you see how dishonest that is. And Yellow Flash, Umbrella, for one, has been making repeated claims that Heard and her simps, they don't like that, targeting their content with takedown notice and championing how he and other men rights allies are willing to be unbiased in the face of social pressure. Look, they're mad about this. So Amber Heard, who put me in freaking 4 court documents, by the way, redacted documents. She put me in one collective document. She put me in a redacted document. She put me just front and center in another one. Her main girlfriend, her live-in girlfriend, targets my channel repeatedly. But hey, that's just a claim. Hell no, that's reality, baby. That's reality. And her whole defense of all of this is freedom of speech. My point in this is, if she has the freedom of speech to go out and destroy someone's life with things, I can't talk about a court case? I thought she valued freedom of speech, baby. I guess spin, don't you? This narrative speaking truth to power by blaming her. Cancel culture and feminism. Did you see me say feminism in there, by the way? Did I actually say feminism? Have you ever heard me say feminism in what I discuss? I said it just now, but do you ever hear me bringing up feminism and saying that's terrible? I think that there are people who hijack every movement, whether it's #MeToo, feminism, anything. They use it for self-gain. But have you ever heard me talk about feminism? If I talk about any of that stuff, it's talking about the people who would hijack it. Amber Heard is not a feminist. Amber Heard is all about herself. She ain't about saving you. She ain't about protecting your speech. It's the hypocrisy of these people. Man, these people go all out. I got to do an article. I got to do a video on this thing because it's beautiful. Let me check real quick. I'm checking the feed, making sure he hasn't gone live while I discuss this. And one typical comment. Up, look, here's Yellow Flash. They went after him. Men's rights matter. Look at the statement. You tell me, is this true? The Johnny Depp trial is bigger than Depp. I don't care about his stupid Trump statement. What I care about, this destroys the conservative argument. Like I just said, Johnny Depp made a statement about, I'm not a conservative, by the way. I hate both sides of that. What rag is this? You're not stealing this. It's my content. You get off of it, Flash. This is not your video. You stay off my video until I make it. Get off that. Here's Flash. Is like, give me that content. This is from Male Magazine. You bet, if I'm telling you, you drop a video on this, I'm going to freaking elbow drop you. Check out Yellow Flash. For real. I'm messing with Flash because he's a friend of mine. But this is from Male Magazine. MEL. But if you haven't checked out Yellow Flash, like all joking aside, Yellow Flash is good people. I think what we're saying here, it shows that, again, they're trying to dismiss all of this as some kind of casual conservatism, like we're taking it for, the cause there. If that were the cause, a lot of conservatives don't like Johnny Depp. Like for myself, I don't like parties, period. Would I back a candidate? I'm not going to talk about that. Because that brings politics into it. I bring up politics when politics are shoved in my face. I think people being canceled and their lives being ruined, that is indeed cancel culture. It exists. It is not a myth. It exists. Johnny Depp is a perfect example of that. His life was destroyed, boom, just like that. On claims alone. All it took were words, not actions. Don't joke with friends, Doug. Might get you in trouble. That's true. Not with my friends, but they're like, oh my God. I don't know. If you guys, if you've never checked it out, we have Flashcast that is Yellow Flash 2's channel every Saturday. If you easily offend, it's not the show for you. But if you want to have fun, it is a fun show. We cut loose. And yeah, there are people on there that they'll probably offend the hell out of you sometimes. But you know what? That's free speech. Like, I very much believe in free speech. I can be offensive. I can be crass. I can be whatever comes up. So can everybody else. That's another thing that bothers me in society these days. When we saw Johnny Depp get mad and talk about wanting to find her rotting corpse in the trunk of a Honda Civic. When we get mad, we don't say mean things. We can't be crass or rude. Okay. All right, let's just pretend mean words over everything, right? But look at what he said here. What I care about is destroying the believe all women with no evidence narrative. Is that attacking feminism? Because that's what they're trying to say. That's an attack on feminism, right? Like all of us, I saw this article when I was going through, and I was like, are you kidding me? But then again, I looked up the guy who wrote this, and some of his other, my favorite. Okay, here, let's see. He wrote such wonderful articles like post 9/11, America is the Hummer H2, or here's the better one. What is the future of the protective cup? Oh my God. Every now and then a tear comes to my eye. I'll probably do a video on this, though, because I find it to be really funny. And it shows you the media has been trying to take apart a lot of us that discuss this stuff. Again, court's back. All right. I'm going. Yep, I see it. Thank you. Lord, are they already back in talking? God, they went back fast. It just went in. All right, I'm going. We'll be up in like 2 seconds. Okay, 5 seconds. I just got to pull that up. I've got to unmute too. Oh, shit. There we go. It got stuck. I couldn't switch.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes,
Ben Chu, correct?
yes,
Camille Vasquez?
yes,
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
yes,
And it included
interview.
drinks, correct?
yes. Dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
I was interviewed by the legal team.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes,
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
he was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house, at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several
him.
of his movies.
You knew who he was,
Yes,
right? And you believed he was a good actor,
yes.
correct? Okay. And then you provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 884, please. This was plaintiff's designation, identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No,
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did, is that one
Actually,
of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr. Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, that said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, So there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
She keeps dropping the ball hard. Oh my God. You got another one you want to mess up on, Elaine? Man. I think this is true. No, silence. Silence. Got any more smoking guns you're going to drop out there? Like the lawyer's like, but she was like, what's going on, you know? Man, getting shut down.
Yes, ma'am.
She's approaching. Okay, so there's a, I guess they're approaching the bench. I think maybe she got confused or something. Oh no, she's bringing something to the.
Having your deposition taken in this case
Yes,
on March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes,
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207?
207, line 5.
Ah,
Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as Plaintiff's Exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion?
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes.
Okay?
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I stumbled. I can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No,
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
no, or that is correct, yes.
That's correct, okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
I'll sustain it.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition? And if we could start on 254 to give the
I don't
context.
have that page, I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's not
Curry,
the task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No, and then the
Okay.
question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
no,
Your
I'm-
answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what you
Correct,
said
yes.
under oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence, isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Well, let's go to page 200.
Okay?
Line 17. My question was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No.
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse. Isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go to page 199, line 20. My
So it's
question
shifting
to
the
you
goalpost.
was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No,
I've not, right?
sorry, I
Isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay, you said, no, I've not.
but I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And
his
you had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr. Depp, did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's what you said under oath, correct?
Yes.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? They're not gonna bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're gonna say that Ms. Hurd is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew,
with the
I'm just asking
attorneys.
you, I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Hurd and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask.
Okay. If, it goes to bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
She's so mad. She's shook.
You were,
She is
in
shook.
fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Hurd, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Hurd that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay.
That would be.
Let's go to
I
page
get
306.
nothing to back that up, or something to back that up. Let's find out.
So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said, from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Hurd, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in, because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Hurd and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just read through that and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
That's embarrassing. That is absolutely embarrassing. You told your husband about it? No, because that is a huge violation of confidentiality. You do not do that. You are essentially spitting in the face of that person because you are not allowed to do that under law. You can't, if you are conducting interviews with someone. So her husband buying some muffins, you know what that tells you? Never be nice to Miss Hurd, you know? Never be nice to her. You notice that? She took something. It makes me wonder, like Miss Hurd would have had to weaponize that comment, right? She would have had to weaponize that. So you remember that little discussion we had about taking an insignificant event and magnifying it into an assault on you? Huh.
So
That seems like that, doesn't it?
why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Hurd?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Hurd.
he knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included? Yes.
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in
That's-
different semantics.
That's what it says.
Oh,
That's
so
oh my
what
God.
you meant to
It
say.
did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed. But I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact,
Wow.
Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm
now
only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington
No,
from-
I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes,
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So Rocky Pennington's
now
an
you're expert
abuser?
on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard. I'll withdraw. Okay, so now let's talk about Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment, yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this instance, she can rely on it, she testified.
Overruled.
Thank you, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give, but I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately August 2014 to 2016, correct?
Yes, he did.
For a period of time, would you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her?
You want to approach?
That is a huge part of it too. As a provider, if you are my patient, I am supposed to take you at your word. If you tell me that you have been beaten, then I'm taking you at your word that you have been beaten. That's part of his provide.
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks.
Anyway.
Amy Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to.
Yes.
After the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur, I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
So they have a duty to warn if there's injury present. You have a duty to warn. So if someone is reporting that to you, you see injury, and you're not reporting injury, like that's the thing that's killing me about all of this. So you're telling me that we have all of these mental health professionals involved. All of them are being told that there's violence, and yet nobody bothers contacting any legal authority. You know, because again, it's not for the safety. It's for the safety of the well-being of the other person. But that's a big no-no on your part. Like it's a big cause you problems no-no if you see injury.
And what was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition, is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay.
Bit.
And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes,
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs, in her notes, had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs' notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do, and we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right, so the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, go ahead.
She documents multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But
notes.
the dates would have been different based on that alone.
Okay.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No,
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes,
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
no, I actually recall him referring to Ms. Heard in that note.
Your testimony that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So
would
I
it be-
do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right, so one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders?
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that time?
remind me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3
Ah.
was where my question was.
Okay.
And your answer's at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right, would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
It's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here.
Have you noticed
And I'm
that any,
talking about, you said,
Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree?
Are you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate
I'm
question?
asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes, and it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So
I understand it is a compound question. I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes,
And they feel paranoid,
yes,
and they feel frightened,
yes,
afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation, correct? Okay. Now, let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
What are you talking about the MMPI-2?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Okay. Do you recall it
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety,
Yes, certainly.
depressed or irritable states,
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
intimate problems,
Yes.
relationship difficulties.
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337. My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was, no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes,
testified under oath at that time, correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test, and you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct, that's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
They did not like that answer either. Look at this nitpicking. What they try to do is play the malingering card. That means if you're faking, let's just call it what it is, faking. Well, she said on the MMPI 2, yes, on that specific one, they're trying to make it sound like, well, because she brought up the other test and she said that is inconsistent. That looks like malingering when she brought up the CAPS 5. You see the game there. Now, what they were playing at, though, I mean, they're a huge, grossly offensive. What she said, though, is substance abuse, anger management issues. For Johnny Depp, that means that he is an abuser. Substance abuse issues and anger management issues for Amber Heard, that means that she's abused. You see the game, right? Same criteria?
Dr. Curry,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes, so malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate
wasn't
term
me.
in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician-administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients, we can support them in their therapy and take them at their word, but when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this, I saw this, here was our treatment plan, here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject? That's sorry. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah, for rebuttal.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and please do not watch anything of this trial, okay? All right,
Got
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any outside research.
We should talk about that one. Yeah, okay. So there was a lot of testimony in that actually I found it rather disturbing. Again, I'm talking about this from a provider standpoint. I'm talking about this as a provider. I'm not talking about this as a YouTuber. YouTubing is a secondary, it's a hobby, let's call it. A good hobby, a life-changing hobby, but a hobby nonetheless. They're standing up, they're letting every... One second. So to be, well, 18 minutes it looks like for break. And the next person is by deposition, so they're going to have video deposition. All right, so there was a lot of stuff in there that was just, yeah. So one thing you have to take away right off the bat, and I found this to be disturbing because, again, these are therapists, but regardless, you have therapists going on record saying after the fact that they saw injury. If you saw injury, you have a duty to report injury in the moment. After the fact, you cannot go on record and say that. That is dishonest. Let's just be dishonest AF. I'm going to go with, because that is you setting up and lying for your client. As she said, it is extremely unethical for a therapist to testify on behalf of their client, because as a therapist, you are an advocate for your client's well-being. You take them at their word. It is part of making sure that you ensure their mental well-being, their mental health. You're not what she was, where you go out and you run tests to figure out how somebody's ticking per se. You want to look at them and you want to run tests to a degree, but the reason that you're running tests, that's where it comes in. The reason you're running tests, again, you're not questioning whether or not they're faking. You're looking at them as a client that has come into your office for help, and it is your duty to help them. Now, like I said, the thing that really bothers me about this is hearing that there are people saying that they were doing that, but they weren't reporting abuse. If they see, again, you don't have the option to do that if you see injury. That's stunning to hear. Now, they were playing a game. Well, they got caught doing a few things. So one of the things that they did that I thought was funny, they brought up the MMPI. And they said the MMPI 2 is not the newest, right? Yeah, it's not the newest. That's true. It's not the most recent. It's the most researched. That's why people don't use the newest best thing. You know, it's kind of like a product. If I go out and I buy if the newest phone comes out, right? The newest phone comes out, I don't get it right away. Why? Because there's not a lot of data telling me what the flaws are going to be. You know, it needs to be revised. It needs to have more. Some people will, of course, some people will jump right on it because it's brand new. But the MMPI 2 has been out forever. We know the strengths. We know the flaws. We know what it can and cannot do. You know, there's a testament to its strengths and to its weaknesses. And for them to play that game tells you they have no idea what they're talking about. That just comes off right there. Now there was another part though. Before I forget this, this isn't even on the testimony. This is on something that I want to see Raquel Pennington or Rocky Pennington's newest added to this. I want to see their deposition. I guess we're going to hear that later on. But apparently she testified that she hit Amber Heard and Amber Heard hit her back. That's what her defense was saying. So if I'm understanding that correctly, that means that Rocky Pennington is an abuser, right? Because that meets all the criteria for Amber Heard to be abused. So Rocky Pennington better watch out, because Rocky Pennington is going to end up, with nothing too. I thought she handled herself pretty well, considering Crazy Cat Lady the Muffin thing. Okay, the Muffin thing, that makes me cringe. As a provider, I take your anonymity very seriously. Maybe that's part of why I wanted no face on here too. Not, it's because just the idea of anonymity, that is a sacrosanct thing. It is protected by law with therapy. You can't go around bragging about, I've got this client, I've got that client. It doesn't matter. You're not supposed to bring that up. Her husband, when somebody comes in that's high profile, depending on who they are, you have to protect their identity more. So she'll have to clear her office. What they were talking about there was, if you have somebody that could be recognizable, of course you got to have everybody removed from there. Everybody's got to go by the wayside, right? And that makes sense. Like you address needs by we make concession for all types of, if they're offenders, for example. Here's the thing, like say you have offenders, for example. Here's a type of concession: you don't put the people they offend against in the lobby. You don't have a bunch of kids there if you have people that offend against kids. You don't have women there if they offend against women, and vice versa. If women are coming in, and if you try to group the types of people that you would work with just to better suit needs. But anonymity, again, is sacrosanct anyway. And to protect that, you're going to clear out the office. Well, as she said, she runs late, and as part of running late, she likes to bring in muffins. She likes to bring in something for people to eat. And she had her husband go and pick those up. Now, as part of her husband going pick those up, he bought the muffins, brought them to her at home so she can go take them to the office. That's the way I understood that. And because he went and picked them up, she was sharing them with Amber Heard and said, hey, you can thank my husband for these muffins. And that turns into full-blown crazy. It sounds like it fits right in with that diagnostic criteria that we heard about, doesn't it? Remember the BPD thing of, again, this is just, it could just be legalese, but also it could also be Amber Heard looking at that and saying, here's a slight behavior, here's something, and again, that's something that's being used against me. It's kind of crazy regardless, no matter how you look at that, though. Oh, it is a gross exaggeration. Those muffins, though. See, that has to be shut down. That has to absolutely be shut down. Another statistic that came up in there that is one that you don't ever hear. She wanted to make this about intimate partner violence. Well, men in relationships like that, 90% of men report that in intimate violence, their significant other threatened false accusation. That's something they didn't want you to talk about there, for sure. 90%. By the way, hey, if you're here, share this out. Tell people we're broadcasting here live because we get buried in the search. I see over 6,000. Thank you all for being here. Just drop a like, drop that. That's all you need to do, and I appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to cover every day too, so we'll continue covering every day. We got a lot of law folks out there. I don't know how many mental health therapists you have that cover kind of stuff. Again, I'm attracted to this case or cases like this because the words that are used matter. In a treatment setting, they matter because they are the worst things you can throw at somebody. You break lives there. When you say someone has engaged in intimate partner violence, when they have abused someone to the point that you're alleging PTSD, you're alleging, they're haunted by the experience. That matters. It absolutely matters. And if you want to service a population of people and make sure that they get justice, you have to first make sure that people will believe them. Like everybody needs to be able to believe you. People should in society be able to believe you, and people like Amber Heard make that impossible. They absolutely do. Now, the other thing that they kept bringing up was the idea, you didn't disclose that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you? Yeah, they kept bringing this up over and over again. She was interviewed by the legal team. The legal team that included Adam Waldman, that included, I think they said Ben Chu, and also included Johnny Depp. So she's interviewed. They interviewed his home. They had dinner. She had a drink there. And apparently that's having dinner and drinks with Johnny Depp. I mean, it's amazing how you become for sale, isn't it? Huh? Hey, Pamela Goodman, thanks for 5. Thank you so much for your insight during this trial. I thank you all for showing up. I mean, I've been covering this trial for about 2 years. After this, I may pick up with you hear Marilyn Manson brought up over and over again. I may pick up the Marilyn Manson case because there are some things. We'll save this for another day, but let's just say there's some alarming things. There are real incidents too. We've seen some horrible incidents of violence come out of Hollywood. Very real ones. Very real ones. But we also have people that will grab onto that and do whatever they can to destroy someone. And they keep bringing up Marilyn Manson every single day, so I'll bring up Marilyn Manson too. That case is crazy. I'm pulling up I'm rolling through this though to see what else is there. They kept getting it wrong though. They were asked things like, trauma can cause borderline personality disorder, right? No, that's not what they were. That could cause issues in the development of your personality. But what they were trying to say is that Johnny Depp at 25 abusing you, that could have caused that. No, that's not how it works. No, they didn't understand any of this. They didn't get it. They don't understand mental health. They needed somebody that, I don't know, again, hasn't presented their cat to have Johnny Depp sign it at one time and thought, that's something that meant something. I mean, somebody who truly knew something about what they were saying. Bear Cream, yes, please. Thanks for the 5. I like how Curry brought up Tasha and Crazy Cat Lady switched her line of questioning real quick. I know, that was funny, wasn't it? Alice, thanks for the 10 there. Give yourself a bruise right before you have to talk to an unlikable British. Well, just apply Amica cream. Warning, do not consume muffins while under the effects of Amica cream. Exactly. Step Beyond Healing, thanks for the 10. How do you know how do you think she did RE drug abuse and IPV? Well, I mean, okay, here's my problem with what they were saying. Again, listen to how I say this, because this is what they said. Substance abuse and anger management issues mean that Johnny Depp is an abuser, according to Amber Heard. Substance abuse and anger management issues mean that you're abused when you're Amber Heard, according to Amber Heard. So the same criteria, when we apply it to Johnny Depp, it differs for Amber Heard. She's saying that drug abuse, it's systemic with issues of abuse, yes, but it's not the cause of it. It's the aftermath. So again, the game they're playing, they have the exact same criteria, but it's supposed to mean something different there. Again, that's the inherent danger that they have in that. It's nasty there. I think that did pretty well. I think Crazy Cat Lady comes off as a little crazy sometimes. It depends on how the jury sees her as a provider versus a expert for hire. If the jury looks at you and they think expert for hire, then you have a problem. If they look at you and they think, well, you're a provider. You're a provider of insight. You're a provider of mental health. Again, she's not. I found it interesting too how they kept trying to make it. Well, what about Johnny Depp? What about Johnny Depp? They do that all the time. That you can tell this all comes from Crazy Cat Lady too, because she's done. I call it the whataboutism defense. They have the whataboutism defense all the time. Well, like Charity was brought up, for example. She didn't give $7 million in divorce settlement to Charity. She kept it. Well, what about Johnny Depp's charity? What does that have to do with the case? It has absolutely nothing to do with it. The same thing we just heard there. Amber Heard's diagnosis is, well, what about Johnny Depp? Well, what about Johnny Depp? He doesn't fit into the diagnostic criteria of Amber Heard. He doesn't fit into that as far as himself having any type of diagnosis. You think video evidence will salvage the mistakes in the last few minutes, or only dig deeper into the ground? All evidence depends on how you present it. You know, it's just all in presentation. I actually think the expert witness did pretty well, to be honest. I mean, again, you knew how they were going to attack her. They were going to attack her on credibility, basically being a gun for hire. That was the idea there. The problem Amber Heard's lawyer, like you hear her argue with the judge. You know, again, you have to take in those aspects, and you have to wonder how this stuff, you know, my problem, and I'll admit this here, is I've looked at this so long, I know these players. I know what they represent. I know the lies that they represent. So, at the end of the day, I look at these people and I see their behavior is atrocious, but I don't know, like if many of you are coming into this clean, right? When you're coming into this clean, like if you look at her and you look at the behavior of the lawyers, what do you think about that? Like if you've never seen anything about this, you're just brand new to the case, do you think that they did a good job, or do you think that they come off as, you know, a little bit, let's just say, a-holy? A-holy, yeah. Less than holy. That's going to be good. Because, I mean, I think it came across, like, I think it comes across snide and ugly sometimes, you know? Let's see. Thanks for the super chat there. Now, if she had BPD or HPD, does that give her the right to accuse others and lie? No. That's exactly at the very beginning, like I said. Categorization, understanding. That's all that's for. Diagnostic criteria is to better treat. But you have to understand this is just for this isn't even for treatment. I'll even take that. Typically, like what I do, okay? If I diagnose you, I'm there to treat you. I don't diagnose my friends. I don't do anything like that. I have to turn that part of my brain off when I'm around other people. Just have to turn it off. It's hard. It's very hard to do. But you turn that part of your brain off. But with her, she's diagnosing just to explain, which is the understanding part. But like for me, the understanding is part of treatment. Hers is just understanding. They don't have the treatment component added to that. You know, hers, again, is just looking at deciphering all of this information and saying what it means. But that is not excusing. That is very important. Nightstar 93, welcome. Well, Nightstar 93, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Doug's Thugs. Tammy Fuller, thank you for the 5 there in the super chat. Super sticker. I said super chat. Thank you for the 5, the super sticker there. Bravo. Thank you. Appreciate that. Would you say that Amber Heard's lawyers would try to plead that Amber is insane? No. The Amber will never admit any kind of culpability in this. She won't. And there's no legal hit to any of this that she's taken either. I mean, that's a huge component of this too. There is no legal aftermath to what's going on here. You know, she loses money, sure, but that's it. She's not gonna face any legal consequences. Nobody's putting her on actual trial. She should. I mean, she should. She should pay for this. Oh, I heard audio. All right, I'm gonna bring it back up. I hear the audio, so I can keep for lunch. You can't keep the audio on because if you keep the audio on, it goes to this. Woo. It's the worst sound ever. But you can't keep it on in the rest of the stuff. Yeah, she was pissed that she couldn't break her. Yes, you could see that too. No consequence for it. Very rarely. First of all, have you ever heard of anybody that's rich, really? Have you ever heard of somebody that is a rich white, let's just say a rich white female. Okay. Have you ever heard of somebody with all those criteria? Primary's rich, because rich will get you out of everything. But a rich white female, have you ever heard of one suffering consequences because they faked something like that? Because I've, tears, pretty people getting on the stand and playing at things. It's a very powerful tool, It's a scary tool, to be honest. Like again, if you think about it this way, if Johnny Depp can have his life ruined by these people, what chance does a person like myself have? I don't feel very good about it, And when you look at that, then you have to ask, okay, luckily, in my life, I don't worry about that because I'm comfortable around, but the majority of people wouldn't do this to you. But if it happened, what would be your chance there? Dolly Love, thanks for the 5 there. And the mic drop. Boom. I like that mic drop there. I dropped my microphone. It doesn't work anymore. Jill Logan, thanks for the 2. They come off as having no evidence. Well, they're trying to deflect away from, all of their stuff is going to be, yesterday, for example, they pulled up pictures that were supposed to be proof of injury, right? Those pictures came from tabloids. They weren't doctors. Now, when they started bringing up doctors today, they brought up 3 doctors. None of them were physical health providers. They were mental health providers, and they all work for Amber Heard. That's a big difference, too. Nightstar 93, thanks for the 5. Thanks, bud. Been watching since UK. Love. They were able to get cameras for this. Oh, yeah, love it. Definitely. We need to see and learn from. Yes. That's the thing. This stuff needs to be transparent, so we can see it all. Deaf friend is trying to watch with me. Well, let's go. I turned the subtitles on. Or the subtitles are on, right? They are coming through. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention. I've got the CC on, so I want to make sure everything comes through. Thanks for the 20 there. AH is the same diagnosis as my ex. To protect myself, I had to leave, much like JD's dad did. My heart goes out to JD. He needs therapy just from having been married to AH. Oh, yeah. We haven't even gotten it. The problem is, we look at this case. Here's the thing that you learn from, experience with anything. Like, you've probably experienced something that other people don't understand. In life. And you figure when you carry that experience, it happens day to day, moment to moment. I say like this, like crazy people on YouTube, for example. Crazy people on YouTube, I've attracted some crazy people that have done some insane things while covering some of this stuff. And you deal with this day in, day again. I mean, everything. And that's not even imagine taking that and it going worldwide. Imagine minute to minute, hour to hour, having to deal with this insanity and knowing that the person that is accusing you of all of that, they're the aggressor rather, not the aggrieved party. You're the aggrieved party in this, but you're being painted as the aggressor. I mean, there's insanity in that. Grant Jeffries, thanks for the 2. Accused of bullying, NHS. Treated like a pariah. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with accusation. Words carry weight. Like all of these words, they carry weight. Again, we'll definitely, I figure we'll go back to trial and I'll talk some more about the mental health aspect of this to really get into the meat of that subject. Because like I said, I like the fact that we can discuss that. We've had quite a few practitioners involved. And I mean, we hear about the legal arguments every day from people that are learned, that are good in that. That's awesome. But this kind of stuff matters too. It matters. In fact, that is the overwhelming issue in this case. It is broken person destroying other people. Like, that's what this is. It is a messed up human being messing up other human beings. Unfortunately, too, here's the problem with mental health as well. Here's a side effect for people who truly don't want help. Like, say, an Amber Heard, like they're loading the false the false accusation gun, as it were, those people, they're validated by this. Because again, the system is rigged to their benefit, because the system, like mental health, or even really the judicial system as well, it treats you like you're telling the truth. Mental health, especially, like again, a mental health provider assumes that you're telling the truth. They're your advocate. Grant Jeffries, after thanks for the additional 2, after being kept away from my job for months for that's nuts, man. Like that's the problem though with, again, there's a listen and believe culture. Here we go. From fear of losing my job and supporting my family. I mean, that's the power that people have. They can keep you pinned down. You can't sign as fast as you speak. Sorry. Muffin Gate 2022. Where were you? Southern Tech, thanks for the 5. I tried to answer you, by the way, yesterday, but the area I live in, it keeps dropping the email, so it'll go through sooner or later. You know, I mean, you know how that is. So, Muffin Gate. What flyers? Oh, so the other day, I did a video. If you haven't seen the video that I put out yesterday, we talked about that before anyhow, but there were flyers that were being left in front of the courtroom, around cars. They were being handed out, and the judge said you can't use slogans or anything like that to bias. You can't present biasing information, because you might bias the jury, for example. You're not allowed to bring that right up to the court. Well, Amber Heard's lackeys there were doing that, and I did a video yesterday that shows direct connection with them. I mean, it directly connects them. So we're waiting on, again, they're handling. For some reason, the feed went live early. When the sound comes on, I consider the trial on. So I brought it back up on the thing. But the time-wise, she said they weren't coming back until right now. All right, so they're bringing back the jury. Crazy cat lady, crazy cat lady. I swear. There's a video out there, if you haven't seen it, of crazy cat lady. And Johnny Depp's walking down like a red carpet, and there's a lady taking pictures, like trying to get an autograph of him, and I swear it's her. It has to be her. And it's no deep fake or anything, because people went through and they looked like to see if the face of the person had been pasted on, and it wasn't. It's her. I think she's a fan of Johnny Depp. He didn't sign like, she's like, oh look, I've got mittens and he has his Captain Jack outfit on, and he didn't hug and kiss Captain Mittens or whatever. So she's like, I'll burn you down. Hey Trish, thanks for the 5. The super sticker, appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
We call Officer Melissa Sines by deposition designation.
All right.
And
Okay,
just so the
one of the
jury
cops.
is aware, for the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
You heard that, right? So it'll be a video deposition. It starts with their side. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
I am a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been a training officer as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on. So it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were assigned body-worn video equipment?
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body-worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had two. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Not to my knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well, did you have a notebook, for example?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
Okay. And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
They're trying to get them because they didn't take notes and they didn't use body cam for the first set of officers.
Pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016, that would be in your locker?
It should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a police officer?
Not many, probably less than 5.
And do you recall roughly how many pages are in each field officer notebook?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And what did DART stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence card.
Did you also have access to types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were those kept while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just asking her if she recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Now, I asked you some questions about the body-worn video. Are you aware of anyone, any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a
Whoops.
supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016.
Somebody said, why is she questioning the cops? Because the cops side with Depp.
Any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
I'm going to ask you, did anyone at the LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD, ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications.
I can't turn the audio up. It's up
including
600%.
Any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and or summaries.
It's his eyes. It'll go.
Relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles,
Sorry.
California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
Now, Officer Sines, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
We received training in the police academy.
Anywhere else? Did you have any other type of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
About, I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence, is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
In May of 2016, what was the police officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect isn't hiding for the safety of the potential victim, and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is marked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the Domestic Violence Supplement Report Form, and it has the number of it, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand, do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column, where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
To identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation.
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
Oh, Lord.
To identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving the case?
If it jumps, that's a cut for an objection. So
And
that's
direct your
actually in their
attention
video.
specifically to the evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this, collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including, has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms?
This is the
Have
dumbest
they
line of
ever
questioning ever.
attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you? and things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Give you a background on the relationship and an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Sines. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Heard?
Correct. It did not meet criteria.
Exactly.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
They didn't like that answer, did they?
No, I
It
did
doesn't
not. I
meet
did not meet
criteria.
criteria.
Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says domestic violence standards of review, and it has field notebook provider domestic violence laws, LAPD form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloodied clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, then that should be noted in the report. That would be considered evidence.
All right, then we're going to go to the second page here, and it has ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
Canvassing the location.
That would be further evidence.
All right.
We're going to
And what is your
canvass the
understanding
location of
what
the non-crime.
fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions, and it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, not too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the
My
crime?
God.
Correct.
Oh,
Okay.
you realize there's
And then we
240
have
million
identify the
crimes
person
called
who
in
first
every
saw
year.
the complainant after the incident, and it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. And also has identify the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident, fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard. Why would that be important?
Now the cuts there are cuts for
It would prove
objections.
to us
That's
that
not
there was an
dropping
incident,
footage.
if there
Okay.
was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant, so what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. And then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm not trying to, I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says, to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Everyday, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide the pamphlet to the victim? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victim, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the VINE.
Okay, when you say VINE, is this the pamphlet that was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take
Oh, snap.
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730, and Mr. Depp has no objection.
That was a huge statement right there, because she was not because it's only given to victims of domestic violence. That was a big statement. The police officers matter quite a bit. They're putting in, okay, so this is the response log from this. This actually matters quite a bit. There are two sets of officers that responded on May 21st, 2016. Both say that no crime occurred. That is a huge factor.
Okay.
Keep going.
first page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very 8:30:58 or almost 8:31, and it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5:21, 2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5:21 to 16. Officer Science, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 2057, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right, and it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57. So that would be 9/22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope, Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead into the next. Go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just tell me in real person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there, and that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page Bates stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 9/22, correct? At the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator from the penthouse?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the parameter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct? And what do you mean by generic?
He didn't have any identifying, I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white, nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
But anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute, you had not heard of Amber Heard at the time of this report, right, on May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported there, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number 23?
I wonder if they'll accuse them of being for sale.
Officer
They've
Sines,
done that
do
before.
you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Officer Sines, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Sines, let me ask you this question. So we've established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse level at 9:04 p.m. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize the person here?
Yes, I do. Amber Heard.
Okay. And do you see any signs of injury on Amber Heard's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Heard?
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Sines?
Correct. No injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
A striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
Okay. And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right, let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right, and it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay, and do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay, now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute, it's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Science, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Science, is the timestamp on here of 9:19 p.m., 49 p.m., does that comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Steins, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
What is your perception of the redness on the cheek and the eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed, her crying, she's fair-skinned, her face is flush.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed, yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and we'll go with those?
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those is, those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
But in your mind, you don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury, is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then you had testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
Why not?
Because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses, correct?
Correct.
Officer Steins, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Okay. And you used the term thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you feel like you conducted a thorough search of the penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
Yes, every room.
Okay. And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Heard?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen what happened or know what happened, and they all refused to speak to me.
Did you ask for their names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
Every situation's different. Based on my training experience, where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was, how tall she was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about her?
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did not.
Sorry. Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right. Now we can stop trying to dodge.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. Do you understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, and when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male. Is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with a generic white male, Miss Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Okay. And in the hallway, how far were you standing from Miss Heard?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Miss Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Miss Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you are not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Ms. Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now, fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male Ms. Heard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Stein, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. So just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond to help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
Now, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location, or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of 2 penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? Did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from you exiting the elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, you testified to you viewing Ms. Heard and not seeing any signs of injury. Did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
And did you see anything like that?
I did not.
And you didn't see, Did you see anything like that during the entire time period that you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
I did. Inside of the loft or penthouse, sorry.
Okay. Was that before or after the protective sweep?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Okay. There was at least the one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
Were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
Okay. At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injuries?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a protective sweep of the second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did the generic white male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Okay. Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
After you performed the protective sweep of the second penthouse, what did you do?
I responded to where Amber Heard was, and I again tried to see if I could get any information from her. I was unsuccessful, and then I issued her the business card and let her know that she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Miss Heard at that time?
Never.
Amber Heard?
No, I've never heard of Amber Heard before that time.
Okay. Did you recognize any of the people that you encountered during the incident?
I did not.
At the time of the incident, did you have any reason to believe that anybody you encountered at the incident was famous?
I did not.
Okay. And during the entire time that you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
They get lost.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Miss Heard? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Miss Heard.
Okay. Did you observe any swelling on Miss Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
Alex, if you can pull up Exhibit 2.
So is this going to be Exhibit 57?
Yeah. Officer Sines, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath? Is it yes? I'm sorry, officer.
Yes.
Okay. And did you give accurate and true testimony at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alex, if you can go to page 26. Officer Sines, do you recall testifying as to, that, and I'm talking about today, do you recall just testifying that you can recall what Ms. Heard said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can go off what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it. Okay. Thank you.
18 more minutes of it then.
And
It's
you
actually
agree
very
with me
important
that
stuff, though.
Your memory of the day of the incident was fresher on July 18th, 2016 than it is today.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the incident was May 21st, 2016. This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control. A little delayed, Alex. Can that be fixed, or is that just the way it is?
This is Alex speaking. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine.
Why not cut that?
I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3. The question is, okay, so we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Heard when you were in the apartment? Answer, yes, I did. Okay, question, okay, can you tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Heard at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
Much silence. I swear. The officers, though, I mean, they are witnesses that aren't on a payroll. They have no obligation to anyone in this case.
Your protective sweep of the 2 penthouses, did you do anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
I did not.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes, I was.
And what did you determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you.
Those are uncomfortably long pauses. She doesn't look thrilled either. She's like, oh my gosh. Will our partner give Win a yes? You're going to have a lot of cops.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you wearing any body-worn video cameras?
I was not.
Are you certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body-worn video until June of 2016.
Oh, it wasn't a mess up. There you go.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you would mind putting Exhibit 9 back up.
See, they were trying to make them incompetent because they didn't have body cam footage. The reason she doesn't have body cam footage is because she wasn't using a body cam before June. So, that's a big piece of the puzzle nobody knew about. In fact, UK used that against the police, saying they didn't take effective
Officer Klein,
notes.
you were shown this document earlier. What is this document?
It is a domestic violence supplemental report.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
No difference.
Okay. Did you fill out one of these forms in connection with your investigation on May 21st, 2016?
I did not.
Why not?
Because it was determined there was no crime.
And Officer Sines, just one more question with respect to that Exhibit 9. I know it's not up, but the fact that you did not fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection with this deposition?
I do not.
Officer Sines, do you see these two pictures?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the person in the pictures?
Yes, Amber Heard?
In both pictures?
Yes.
Okay, do you see a difference in these two pictures, between these two pictures?
Yes, I do the lighting of the photos.
Okay. Do you see any difference in connection with the redness on the cheeks of Ms. Heard as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Heard's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you've indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Heard's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or exaggerated.
What does it say with respect to, let's concentrate on the picture on the left. Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left, under add a title? Do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9:25:12 p.m.
And now let's look at the other picture, Exhibit 29, at the same spot. Can you read for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9:25:12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, do you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
Three signs, do you see Exhibit 41?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions
Yes.
during your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016? Did you see anything in disarray?
No.
Officer Sines, I think you answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a LA, Los Angeles police officer?
I will be going on 12 years.
Officer Sines, in connection with your investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as necessary to determine if a crime had been committed?
Yes.
At any point in time during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Hurd ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody that you spoke with or saw on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses ask you to file a report?
No.
Did you have any cause to file a report?
No.
And was that determination in line with your training?
Yes.
If you had witnessed anything that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Hurd had asked you not to?
Yes.
And is that in line with your training?
Yes.
Officer Sines, you were asked some questions.
And just so everybody's on the same page, we have about a minute and a half of questions from Ms. Hurd's counsel at this point.
I thought it ended.
when you were got off the elevator in the penthouse and when you got on, and how much time you spent at the penthouse level. I approached it in my earlier, but based on the cross-examination, I feel like we need to go back to that. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at what is exhibit number 6. And you recognize you and Officer Haddon in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 21:04:43.
Okay, that's 9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Yes.
And we looked at this earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it again at 21. And so this one has what time?
21:19:49.
All right, and allowing for, and Officer Sines, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators, but allowing for that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay. You were asked to look at a number of the pictures that I had shown you earlier that were taken on the night of May 21st, 2016, both before, during, and after the time that you and Officer Haddon had reported to Ms. Heard's penthouse. Do you recall seeing those again and being asked about them?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked you if you had seen any of those photographs before, and you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct.
So, other than what was placed in the CAD summary by either you or Officer Haddon, and then also went into the incident recall, are you aware of any documentation that either you or Officer Haddon collected relating in any manner to your visit to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.
There's a lot to talk about in that, though, because while that was not presented in the best way whatsoever, those police officers, there's actually 2 sets of police. I'm killing coverage. They're just letting the people out, so we're killing it. All right, there we go. There are actually 2 sets of officers, if people don't know, and what they're talking about is the last alleged incident. I'm going to pull up the incident for you to show you what it is, but there were 14 alleged incidents all told. Of course, no one sees any of those incidents, but for the final incident she alleged, she called the police. Now remember, she didn't want to cooperate with the police during that incident. You know, she called, but she didn't want to cooperate. So you have not one, but 2 sets of witnesses that end up on the scene. Not only that, but in the aftermath, okay, here's you another picture. They like to play word games with this, but here's another picture. We probably won't, I don't know, we may see this, but we may not. This is her in the aftermath, too. She goes to a party. Again, Amica cream, I'm sure. Sunlight. No, it's not the Bahamas, so no sunlight here. But Amica cream and concealer. So here's the day after. No marks on her, right? But you have 2 sets of officers. The number one, they're telling you they don't know who's there. So they don't know whose house this is. They have no idea who Amber Heard is, but they're impressed by the scene. You know, by the place. I mean, it's extravagant. You can see them when they leave. There's actually footage which they played in the courtroom, but you didn't get to see, of them arriving and leaving. Let's just pull those up real quick. I have both of those handy. It'll just take me a second. They're not long videos, but they're worthwhile videos because you can tell when they arrive and in the aftermath, there's a lot. I'm going to drop a video at probably about 6 o'clock today, too. A very worthwhile video that I think you should check out because it will show you. It'll show you that there's another piece here. I've mentioned this to the right sources. Hopefully, this gets brought up to. Hopefully, the team will read that, have time to maybe, and actually do something with it because there's something else that is involved here that I think destroys her supposed evidence, which I'll drop a video on because instead of trying to explain it all. But here's the video itself. Let me hit the start button on that. So this is the arrival. Now, this is an important video because you can see how the police respond. First, you're going to have generic male. That's his name now. Generic male. He's going to be, that'll be one Josh Drew, you know. Now, what I love about Josh Drew, by the way, as I've said many times, is he shops at the Baby Gap. Look at that. Very generic male. Look at that. Oh, that's so flattering. I got some COVID fat on me right now. Like, I ain't making fun of anybody for getting some body weight, but you know what? I don't shop at the Baby Gap. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm gonna do that, man, you know what? I'm gonna say, like, if you're a male and you could possibly work at Hooters like that, just don't wear that shirt. Come on, dude. Like, you know, you don't got to be ashamed of yourself, but don't wear that shirt. Just, look at him, he's pacing too. He looks violent. You see how it's slowed down as well? You notice how slow the footage is moving? So this was put into evidence, but you can tell it's been slowed down. The way he's pacing, it reminds me of some Crime Stopper scene, you know. But he goes up. Now this is him going up to he supposedly is taking those the pictures they were talking about, you know, the damage out in the hallway. He's going to get off the elevator. He's going to go check on Amber Heard and tell her we need to go somewhere else. They don't ever have any time to take pictures, but somehow they have pictures taken. Okay, so you have him get on. Now, minutes later, you have the officers. They arrive. Okay, here they are. There's going to be 2 videos. I'm going to play both of them. So the officers arrive. This is going to be officer set number 1. You have female officer, male officer, both arrive. They're helped on to the, like, it's unlocked so they can go up. Now, you can tell, look, watch their demeanor. This is important. Like, when you watch them here, they're taking a while because they don't know what's going on. They've been called to a scene. That stupid video. That video is lagging for some reason. There we go. The video image lagging. There it goes. It's because it's been slowed down. Like I said, you can tell it's slow. It's way too slow. That's not on my side either. That's how the video was. I had to, it started lagging out because you can look at the seconds there. Okay, but look at how they're queued up. So when they get on, they're serious the whole time, right? Now this is going to change when they go to leave. So I'm going to pull up, I got to cue the other video in real quick. It's going to take me just a second. I got to pull it up. But I mean, you can tell the way, like I said, the way that they respond between these, you can tell they saw nothing. Okay, so the second set, I'm running it forward a little bit because there's just random people. Now, it's all evidence, who cares? But I don't want the random people getting any, like, you know, any of the hate for being there. So here's the second video, all right? Here's the officers leaving. Now, Josh Drew is the one, Mr. Baby Gap. He's the one that's queuing them out. Now, the officers, look, they're happy. Like, they're smiling. She's in a great mood. Now, you tell me, if they would have witnessed some horrible... Josh Drew, also, none of them will cooperate. Okay, that was told to you straight up. So none of them will cooperate in any way, shape, or form. They wouldn't work with the police. They get on the elevator. Now, look at how the officers... Look, they were trying to make her read her... Could you read her freaking lips there? Because, I mean, if you can, you're a miracle worker, because I sure can't. But they were asking the officer to read her lips there. But look, she's in a great mood. Do you think that she witnessed somebody that was a a victim of domestic abuse there, do you think that she would be that cold and callous, that her job, they would be in that state? No. Like she said, she was like, wow, that house was big. I kept thinking. They didn't know who Amber Heard was, but they knew somebody with money was there. And you better damn well believe a rich white female, again, if they thought there was something to respond to, oh, they definitely would have. So you have them enter and exit. Like I said, the demeanor there, I mean, she is so, like, relaxed. She's enjoyed herself. She's in a great mood. There's no way that, again, she saw anything there. You can tell from her demeanor. Now, the police, I hate where they're just introducing evidence as far as video is concerned, because video introduction, Gal Pal Val, thanks for the 20. Excellent coverage and review. This was a big day. Every day, in fact, seems to drop bombshells all over the place. I know, exactly. It drives me nuts that they, so they're also, okay, involved in that too. There are a couple of other issues. If you guys want to look at this real fast, I'll show you some other problems with this, since there's, 5,000 people. If you give me a minute, I'll pull up something that really just, it dents there are a lot of problems with this. Like I said, I've got a good video queued for later as well that kind of just blows up. I mean, it's in my opinion, a monster bombshell that I have sent forward. I think it was important enough to send forward. I don't send everything and its mama like through sources to try to get to the team there, but there are certain things that I think are important enough to do. All right, now I'm going to show you something else that I think is a big deal too. And it's the idea of evidence. See, we keep talking about evidence. We keep rolling back to that idea, right? All right, well, check this out. So on the crime scene, I've mentioned this before. I'm not going to hit every one of them. There are 7 pictures that we know of that are utilized as evidence of Johnny Depp on his swath of destruction. See, supposedly, he's running around with a magnum-sized bottle of wine. He's destroying things left and right. Smash, smash. He's carrying around a baseball bat. Smash. All right, well, there's 5 pictures. All right. These are the interior pictures. You have one, glass jar knocked over on its side. Notice this, no damage to the glass jar, by the way, because glass jars are that impressive. They can survive hits from that. But more importantly, check this out, wicker basket, man. If you're going to ever build body armor or the next type of car, build it out of wicker, because wicker, it can withstand everything. Look at that. Wicker basket gets hit with a magnum-sized bottle of wine being swung like a baseball bat, makes contact with the ground because it gets knocked off of there, has the weight of fruit and everything else inside of it. And, well, you want to see the biggest miracle of all? I'm going to show you a miracle. If you're ready for it. You have to be ready for it, though, okay? Because you have to open up your heart and you have to believe. All right, because I'm gonna show it to you. Here we go. Look, behold, it was reborn. Oh, this is the realtor photographs from months later. And look, the wicker basket is still around, no damage. So the wicker basket not only supposedly gets hit, its own weight falling off the counter with a bunch of crap inside of it would have crushed it. But hey, wicker is amazing. Here, I'm gonna sing that to you because that is so sexy. Wicker is the best thing ever. I want to sing, I want to dance, I want it in my underpants. Wait, no, that's horrible. Wicker. Oh, that's terrible. It's so dumb. Carol Clark, thanks for the 5. Love the Doug. Oh, I've been watching this too long. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. The chat has agreed. We need sexy Muffin on couch. Wicker. I gotta sing that Wicker song one more time. That is beautiful. I love that wicker, yeah. I can't get a beat though. I need a beat. I got that wicker on. I got my wicker on, yeah. If I touch that wicker too much, Amber might accuse me of something. Ooh. Okay, I'm stopping. It's so dumb. But no, for real, look, the realtors, they have all of that. Like, it's back. I mean, it comes back from the dead. I mean, isn't that amazing? God. I told you, Wicker is amazing. I'm for real. The next time, like, we need to start renting it out to football players. You can put it on. No, you got the Wicker. You also have spillage. So you have spillage 1. You notice here, though, you want to know there's a doctored say, look at this. The under rug has actually been lifted so the top rug won't get wet. They said when he went on his rampage, he destroyed the kitchen island, and yet there's no pictures of the kitchen island. There's some liquid here on the ground. Again, nothing maintained. And the only damage that's visible in any of this is right here. You have a glass that's broken, and there's a piece of little tiny, that little white dot, that's glass, supposedly. Maybe. All right. Now, on top of that, okay, there was a point to it. On top of that, you have exterior photographs. You have 2 of them, and the 2 of them are actually very important. They brought them up in the police discussion. Isaac B. brought this stuff up too. So the metadata stamps on these, as they are, like I said, I'm gonna drop in a video today. You need to watch it, spread it everywhere. Do that for me. I will appreciate the heck out of it. It will come up in approximately an hour and 20 minutes or so, 26 minutes. But they have 2 pictures, all right? These are, I'll show them a little bit better in just a second, but they show wine spillage and wine droplets on there, and they're metadata stamped at 9:04, okay? Now, the problem with all of this stuff here, like if we go by the elevator clock, there's no time to take those pictures because 9:04, remember, Josh Drew, we just saw his video. He gets on the elevator and he gets off on that floor at 9:20. So you have less than 2 minutes to sit down, take those pictures, but he does not go to make pictures. He would have to do it right away. What he does is he goes in with Amber Heard. He goes into the penthouse. He talks to her. She's on the phone to her PR person, not the police. She's not the one who called the police. Right behind him, 9:04:43. You have the police getting on, and then they get off the elevator at 9:05:20. All right, so if the pictures were being taken, they would run into the people in the hallway if that time is right. Well, again, I got a big video to drop on you. I've been working on it for a little bit, so I got that to drop at 6. But if we go by this right here, they would run into them in the hall taking pictures, but they don't. They knock on the door, and they're inside because they've been inside since they left. So, again, the metadata on there, the metadata is actually a lie, in my opinion. What happened, I think they took the picture at 9:25 to 9:30. And I think I can prove that. See, if you look at this, okay, first of all, I think there's 2 pieces of proof. Now, again, this is speculative proof, but still, if you look at the other pictures, they have metadata stamps on them. See these tags here? They have the win. These say 9:26. So 9:25, 9:30, right? All right. Isaac B, he wanders into the area at 9:30, give or take 5 minutes, he said. Right? You remember Isaac B? He was a lot of fun, funny guy, right? Well, he arrives, he says, May 21st, 2016. Well, here, let me pull it up in front of you. So just reading it to you. I'll put it in front of you while we're talking. He says, May 21st, 2016, I was out in the neighborhood. I arrived at the Eastern Columbia building at around 9:30 p.m. He said on the stand, give or take 5 minutes. So met a friend. We proceeded up to my apartment, which is penthouse 2 at the top floor. We then proceeded to round the corner of the hallway and stopped in front of penthouse 1 because there was a large puddle of spilt wine along with splashed wine running down the wall. So it's still running, still puddled. I said to my friend something like, it looks like somebody got hammered. Probably these guys had a party, meaning Raquel Pennington and Josh Drew. Now, the pictures here are fascinating because if you look at the wine, first of all, see the wine? It's just now started running. See that? Now, if it had already done its little thing about running, that would have been, if they were taking it at 9:04, that would mean that by 9:30, 26 minutes had been down the wall. Even more impressive if Johnny Depp would have thrown this on the wall and it would have been taken at either 9:04 or 9:30, it would have already made its trek down the wall too. Because that would mean that Johnny Depp, he's already been gone for long enough. Let's just say that by 9:30, you'd be talking an hour plus, right? So, I mean, that's quite a bit of time. And the spillage contacts, you see the wine spillage here? It's puddled. It's still puddled on top. The police would notice this stuff too if they had to walk right past it. There's no way they would miss that. And yet, it supposedly was there. It's supposedly, right there, front and center, everybody to see. Like I said, I thought that was fascinating. Let's hit some super chats real quick. You see the problems? There's a lot of problems in this case. Lots of them. Lots and lots of them. One of the biggest problems in this case is that Amber Heard's lying. She's lied for a long time. Her story, it held up to scrutiny for a long time because nobody was really pushing it and asking. They may have been asking questions, but they weren't asking the right questions. There's your problem. They weren't asking the right stuff. Heather Painter, thanks for the 5. Yes, 5 from a new favorite song. Wicker Man. Wicker basket pants. Oh, it's so dumb. That's what I'm calling it. My wicker basket pants. Gal Pal Val, thanks for the 5. You deserve another 5 for singing a wicker song. I'll be here all week. Woo! Carol Clark, thanks for the 5. Love the tug. I'll return. Appreciate all you folks. Michael Wookie, thanks for that. 279, the couch has agreed. We need 6 Muffin on couch. Let's see. Haley, thanks for the 10 there. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that. Cancer OG, thanks for the 5. No probable cause, no crime. Key evidence in the bed. That's right. Here's you a little tidbit too. If you're so inclined, the poop they keep talking about on the bed. There are pictures of that, right? There's an actual picture of it. I'm not going to pull it up on here because I don't want to look at it ever again. And I'm going to say that, yeah, somebody needs to have their diet checked because they were really, I was like, oh, what is wrong with you? I'll put it this way. If I had an animal and that happened, I would take them to the vet because it was pretty horrible. But yeah, there's pictures. Melissa Gaywood, thanks for the 3 and the super sticker. Appreciate the thumbs up. Yeah, somebody took the picture though. You had Kevin Murphy, you had Hilda Vargas, the lady that was on scene cleaning up. She ended up taking a picture of it, which is, it's funny. It's sad, though. It's sad that she got put through that. But yeah, I don't know who's on the stand yet tomorrow. Bain, thanks for the 5. Hoping for a tug and Rickety collab during Heard's testimony. I'll probably stream myself a while. Again, if I'm going to spend, like I said, I spent 40 hours off. That's probably more than I do in an entire year, except for Flashcast. So I'll probably be here. That's a long time to go other places. I see Kalen Price about to fall asleep talking about that. The videos are really bad that they did, like the video interview with the cops. That was a really bad way of doing that. Hey, Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 279. Do you think they're setting up a retrial by bad rep? Nah, I think they're just ignorant, stupid. Yeah, that's what I think they did. Smooch Pooch, thanks for the 5. I expect a full album You made for this case? Yeah. Domestic abuse, don't do it. Domestic abuse, don't do it. Yeah, that's what I do. I'm gonna give me some background singers. Yeah, I'm gonna get my song. It's gonna be my album. I'm gonna drop it like it's hot. I'm gonna be like, Psh, do you got your Amica cream on? I am. I'm gonna be like, presto manifesto, baby. I'm gonna slather that Amica cream on my career too. Phew, man, some good stuff. Twitch Jameson, thanks for the 2. They used Amica on the floor to get rid of the wine. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Michael Flinger, thanks for the 5. She felt well enough to do James Franco in JD's place 24 hours after the incident. Why would she need a pamphlet? That's true. That was an own, by the way. You know, why didn't you give her one of those pamphlets? Oh, we only give them to domestic abuse victims. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. Mitch, thanks for the 5. And that super sticker, appreciate the laugh right there. That's good. Douglas Dillon, thanks for the 2. Officer, do you know the Muffin Man? Do you know the Muffin Man? Grant, thanks for the 5. Do the false accusations. I have narcolepsy. Epilepsy. He was moved to another hospital as he left when found guilty before it was on his record. That's messed up, Grant. I hate hearing that for you, you know. Like I said, one of the things I think one of the things that's powerful about a case like this is it's allowed a lot of people to speak. They speak about their reality and why they've backed this, you know. And I think, like I said, I think that's powerful. I think people do need to understand that this case is not about women. It's not about just false accusations. It's about one crazy person that throws around stuff and destroys lives. And there are a lot of people like that, but it's not about women. It's not about, again, that or this. It doesn't denote that people who do this stuff are indicative of everyone else. And it doesn't say that domestic abuse doesn't happen, because it happens. It happens a lot. Absolutely happens a lot. So it's good that, you know, survivor testimony. In fact, a lot of people seem to, I've been reading statements, and it's so casual and hateful how the fact that he's an abuse victim or survivor, he's moved on. So he's an abuse survivor. He came out the other end of it, and people just casually dismiss him. Crazy. Southern Take, thanks for 5. No worries. Happy you're breaking that redneck ceiling. No, we are all not all idiots who live in hollers with our first cousins. I'm so proud. You know, I was told when I first started on YouTube that this kind of channel wouldn't work because the accent. Because I got an accent. I was like, yeah, it'll work. It'll be good. People like content. They don't care if you've got an accent. Trish, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Let's see. Southern Take, thanks for the 5. Muffin Gate 2022. Where were you? Oh, yeah, I remember. Let's see. I'm making sure I'm trying not to miss everyone here. I'm glad that we got this case with a camera in there to really show you how this works too, because the media, they got to tell us what things were like before. They were the arbiters of truth, and they still are. You know, what's sad, like I say, Law and Crime is still they're favored on the spot. Like for me, like this live stream, it's funded by super chats, because like the last live stream, biggest live stream I've ever had, by the way. YouTube was like, yeah, we're going to demonetize that and keep it that way. They reviewed it, upheld that. That means it'll throttle. It won't go that far. Meanwhile, like Law and Crime, look at that. They're mainstream. They'll never get touched. It's weird. It's weird when you think like the rules that they're different people, and those people play by their own rules. Like they're the ones who built up Herd. Right now, it's not convenient to talk trash about her. But I'm telling you, they'll turn on Depp on the next side of this. I bet you money they will. Shannon Renee, thanks for the 20. Thanks for great coverage and insight, especially this morning with doctor testimony about personality disorders. Hey, no problem with that. I enjoy being able to talk about that. I'll probably go more in depth on another day where we can sit down and really just discuss the reality of personality disorder and what that means. Because again, the one thing I want as a takeaway from that too is I do not want people thinking that because there's a shared diagnosis between that, like you do have a lot of people that do terrible things that wear that diagnosis for sure. They do terrible things, but at the same time, that's not indicative of everyone with that. A mental health diagnosis should not point to people and say that brand right there, those folks, they're garbage. No, it's a very slippery slope that we walk with that kind of stuff, And I'm glad we're able to talk about that, I like how like Tasha Curry came out. They're like, no, can't talk about that, Hey, look, Deep, thanks for the 2. Weren't they mandated reporters have to report? I saw that out there. Yeah. By the way, yeah, they have. They do have mandated. So, as a mental health counselor, again, you have a duty to warn if there are kids you think are being abused. If you think they're being abused, you have to report. If you're seeing elderly and you think they're being abused, you have to report. And then you have to report if you see visible injury, if you know that's why that is. You have duty to report. It's part of that. It's a legal duty to report, So they're supposed to be reporting that. Host 7 Angela, thanks for the 2. That gorgeous blonde doctor broke it down to LOL. She broke it down to a point, but it had a lot more to it, I think. Putting it all together. I mean, one of the things that I would have liked to see more time with this malingering, for example. I mean, as she explained, in the PTSD scale that she used, okay, she didn't just use the CAD-5, she used another scale too, which she didn't even bring up. I wish she would have put all of the scales out there, like everything. Because one of them, she had it has a built-in malingering scale. It basically, what you want to know is whether or not somebody's faking if they come, if they come in and they say X, Y, or Z. Well, one of the scales that she used has a built-in malingering scale. And Amber Heard fell into the 98th percentile. That means you ain't lying. You lying all the way through your teeth, The 98th percentile for liars. I mean, that's nuts. Sushi Bob Guy, thanks for the super chat. Apologies if you touched on this already. I read the trial will last for 6 weeks. Does that mean the verdict will be out by the end? No, we don't know how the jury trial. So, jury trial, it could take an hour. It could take a week. We don't really know how long that'll be. So, yeah, but 6 weeks just to present. So, they have 6 weeks on presentation. Now, that's a good question, actually. It's a very good question, too. Thank you. Aaron, thanks for the 2. We should get Muffingate and hashtag Muffingate and hashtag embarrassment. I like the embarrassment. That's really funny, too. Agents, thanks for the 2. You're not a muffin, you're a whole bakery. I like that. That was actually funny. Michael Singer, thanks for the 10. Difficulty to remember an important part of a traumatic event, like a cigarette being put out in your face? Yeah, exactly. She claimed the other day that she had a cigarette put out on her. And you ain't going to forget that. You ain't going to forget that at all. That'd be terrible, terrible stuff. And of course, she claims that happened to her, no injury, but a guy has a burn on his face that she says for sure is a cigarette injury, but he did that to himself. Remember, because just like everything else, remember, part of BPD and part of histrionic. I was going with narcissist. Histrionic is you need to be the center of attention too. One of them again is for attention. One of them is blowing up. You know, remember her whole blow up where she attacks him there. I mean, remember, she's mad about prenuptials. That's what she's going crazy over. She's going to take a finger and everything else because of prenup. Chewbacca Wookie, thanks for 279. Oh my God. Are they laying groundworks for incompetent team? Oh, that was during the stupid, yes. They felt like it, didn't it? There he is. What's up for the buck 49 and the super sticker with the umbrella? Thank you. Moon 10, thanks for the 5. Cat Lady is going to get away playing mind word games with this lady. Ha ha. Also, Moon 10, thanks for the additional 5. Amber Heard is an opportunist, a parasite, going from host to host. Yes, very much. Southern Take, thanks for 5. Oh no, it's the effing umbrella. Everyone run. We've been to see. Brian K, thanks for the 10 and the super sticker there. I like that. Thank you. Chewbacca Wookie, thanks for the 7. When I demanded to be tested for everything. Oh, I hit that one earlier. Yeah. Like a diagnosis wise, you want to know what your complete diagnosis is. You want to know. So it's good that you did that. Drew Blue, 79, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Heather, thanks for the 10. Would you make of the media still trying to paint JD as the problem? I'm not surprised. They're resistant to move away from the AH narrative in the face of mounting evidence against AH. Why so dislocated from public opinion? Because they think they're better than you. Because they benefit. Anyone that sticks to that statement is just like her. They benefit from the narrative. They will never abandon it because it empowers them. If they can point the finger at somebody that they don't like and say, you're whatever the label is, therefore it ruins your life, they're definitely going to do that. Navy Bet, Love for the Broken, thanks for the 5. I wasn't able to escape childhood abuse and child essay until 14. I escaped DV, and he went on to commit double homicide. Woo, man, that's crazy. I went into the military, now PTSD. That sucks. I hope you have found support, like true support in that, you know. Like, it's one thing that I firmly advocate for. The people who have gone through something, make sure that you get proper support. A lot of us, like, I'm this way with life and stuff, you know, that's going on myself. I grew up with, you don't need anyone else because, you know, if you need anybody else, well, you're weak. And that's not true. It's not true. I needed it with substances. I knew it with a bunch of stuff, and everyone else, you know, people do too. Thanks for the 5. In the audio, you can hear her say, by the way, you threw a cigarette at me. It was obviously accidental when they were in motion, not at her face, probably arms. Oh, yeah. I mean, well, you know, she's gonna do stuff like that for sure. She's gonna do that. You don't have to, Kristen, you don't have to keep up with the super chat part. There's got to be work there. I got to catch up the supers all the way through. It's one of the things. Always respect the people. You respect the people that are here anyway, but people back you. You go through everything. Some places don't. I find that to be a terrible way of doing it. You always go through questions. You always see what people are talking about. Can one mistake generalized anxiety for PTSD? Yes. There is much, as a layperson, very much yes. As a clinician, yes. You have plenty of diagnostic mistakes. Plenty of them. Diagnosticians mess up all the time. You got to remember, okay, the requirement to diagnose, like in the state of Tennessee here, is a master's degree. As long as you have somebody that supervises. It's even less with substance abuse issues. Actually, and it can be gotten around too, like people that are doing that for church groups, they have no qualification whatsoever. If you're talking to somebody on the phone because you call a helpline, they probably have no qualification whatsoever. So, I mean, yeah, it's very easy. But when you're talking about diagnostician, you have to have a master's degree to diagnose. It's part of it. So, No, as long as you don't have to have specialization after that. As long as there's someone supervising over it. Renee Mirror, 7. So people can just straight up go into that. Bam. As long as they have like as long as they're quote unquote working toward licensure, I think is the wording. It depends on the state, but most states are just like that. Renee Mirror, thank you for the 10 there. Thanks for supporting JD. Hey, he's not guilty. That's the kicker there. You know? David McGill, how do you know Musk is paying her bills and why? I talked about this yesterday. First of all, they said Musk has been paying for quite a few things. But Musk, he's the biggest backer for the ACLU. They thanked him in their own stuff. I posted that the other day, and I showed it in another live stream. So the ACLU, they decided to hit Amber Heard up just out of the blue, totally, with their biggest provider, basically hyping his girlfriend, his obsession, because he's been obsessed with her for years and years and years. But they hit her up. They do all of this stuff with her. And meanwhile, he's making, quote unquote, anonymous donations to pay off her charity debt. So they admitted to $500,000 at the beginning of this trial. And we know there's more to that, too. Now, on the other side of that, who would be paying her bills? Because she can't afford this trial. The guy's paid for everything else. He's paid for so much other stuff. They asked point blank in documentation. They asked point blank, who's paying for your trial? Is it Rocket Man? And I tell you, if he wasn't, Amber Heard would be offended, huffing, oh my God, how dare you? But of course not. Now, her friends are all broke too. Josh Drew's broke. Her sister's broke. They're all broke. They don't have any money. But they all are serviced by a lawyer. Again, we may think Crazy Cat Lady's incompetent, but she costs a lot of money. All of these people are represented by Heard's lawyers. They're all getting the bill footed for them. All of that plus, so it's not just her, it's everything that's being paid for out of that. All of them are being paid. It would either be, if it were an insurance thing, because people have brought this up, well, possibly an insurance through the ACLU. The thing was, if it was an insurance thing, they would have pushed heavily for her to settle, A, and they wouldn't pay for the other people, B. Hey, Winifred, thanks for the 7 there. As someone with BEPD, I'm still liable for what I do in a mental snap. Yes, very much. The difference is taking ownership for your actions, which she does not. And even more than that, the difference is not just taking action, but also wanting to, if you notice an issue and it needs to be remedied, if you notice that in your personality, it can change. You can be cognizant of your behavior and know, hey, in this, while I'm looking at when I'm looking for validation, that's a me issue. That's not a them issue. And it takes work, but she doesn't want the work because she doesn't see that, of course, Let's see. Making sure Kelton Word Point, thanks for the 5 there. How are you doing today, by the way? Plus her accounts for years. Didn't account for trial lawyers. That's true, too. Yeah, that's another big one. Yeah, that's another correct. So when she turned over her financial records, it wasn't just this trial, the UK trial and on. Anything that she's had expenses where she's belonged in it, where she's needed any kind of representation, she's not paid a dime. Like building up to this too, like all of that time building forward, she hasn't paid for anything. So she's definitely having all of this underwritten for her. Oh man, somebody sent me the Amicus shirt. I love it. I love the Amicus shirt. I love the fact that you can read the little text thing on it too. Oh my God, that's funny. I would have to ask if I could show that because I'd cut it down where you could just see someone because you can't see the faces there. But I'd love to show that. Oop, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. How's the volume at here? Is this low? By the way, is my voice low? I turned down the input almost to 45%. Am I really low now? I mean, it still looks okay, but I turned it down for the other stuff. Good still? Okay, thank you. I may keep it lower like that. I usually keep it about 62, 65, but I turned it all the way down to 45 because of that stupid clip. They were so boring. You know, there'll be more cops. Like, I hate that video testimony too. It's so boring. You know, so boring. Need to let people know again as well that there are a lot of suspicious fools out there that are scamming. And if you know anybody you think would be susceptible to a scam, Johnny Depp ain't texting them. You know, I know that may sound crazy to you. You may laugh about it and everything, but reality is that I've seen some people get scammed big time because they thought Johnny Depp was texting them for real because people are susceptible to scams, you know? Somebody mentioned that they were being asked for like $2,600. So that's why I'm mentioning that, you know? Let me go. A window to the soul. Thanks for the 5. Here's a grumpy. So you get yourself a mega pint of Amber Cream for the next installment. Appreciate the coverage dedication. Thank you for that. Trina, thanks for the 5. Someone wrote Sky News is on. All right, yeah, I caught that one there. Raquel, thanks for the 2. Are you inviting L Flash on today? I talk so much. I didn't yesterday. I need to, but I don't know. Like, I feel like I run out of time in the breaks. I like streaming with Flash, and I want to shout him out every day because he's good people. Like I said, the one person that I've known the longest on YouTube and the person that has always had my back and always been a friend of mine is Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash is good people. Beyond that, he covers things like this. Like he's kept up with, he covers everything, but he's kept up with this case. There's a lot of pretenders to the throne, but he actually kept up with it. And I'm glad to see him succeeding with it. Tim, thanks for the 5 on your Twitter. At Ash, you get more likes or views, like hashtag Johnny Depp or similar. You deserve the views. Have a nice day. I appreciate that. Yeah, I would. I get in a hurry. I've been reposting, but I mean that's good advice there. I mean it's grown about like 10,000 people. It's insane. Yeah. I mean, you're right there. Mark Anderson, thanks for the 20. Appreciate that, like I said. Appreciate you, too. I know that Australia, AU government, are extraditing Amber Heard back here. She'll be doing jail time. Just what? I'll make an example of her. Just a heads up from the land down under. Good day, y'all. Yeah, I'd like to... You got any proof that they're going to do something for sure? Do you have any proof of that? I would love to see some proof of that. Yes, if you have some proof of that, I'd love it, you know? Well, thanks for the 10, too. Another opinion, make short TikToks. Somebody asked if Amber Heard would be up soon. No, she will not be up soon, by the way. She is still in the middle of, I mean, we're still in the middle of Johnny Depp stuff, so we're not even close yet. And the other super chats will not pull up right this minute. If I know I missed a bunch of people, but they won't roll up. They're stuck. So I'm looking at the ones that I can, but I don't know. I may miss some in there, and if I miss you, I do not mean to. Make sure if Popcorn Planet is doing a recap too, make sure that you catch him. Let me see if he's on. He may be. If he's on, I'm probably going to call it soon. Like I said, the thing is, let me see if he's on. He's done a really good job of recapping. Yeah, he's live. All right. if you want, go over to watch Andy Signore on the Popcorn Planet. He's got about 14,000 people watching his recap. It's a good recap. It's probably the best recap show. So go over there, have fun with that. I'm going to call it a day over here. But I appreciate y'all. Yeah, all of you go over there. Again, it's a good recap. You know, they have broken down episodically. They got clips, all kinds of good stuff. So I'm going to call it a day here. We are going to, I've got a video, like I said, at 6. So that will be in less than an hour. It's about 53 minutes. If you would, when that comes up, hit it right away if you can. Share it everywhere. It's big stuff that nobody's seen. And it just gets buried from all of like everything that's out there. So anyway, I appreciate all you folks. Like I said, go over to Popcorn Planet. You know, tell them Tug Raid or Tug sent you. I appreciate it. Hey, Faye T, by the way, thanks for the 10 there. AH defined the word abuse within the relationship by her own fake claims. All of the evidence shows that she invented a story for DV for money, but this story's not hers. It's actually JD's. Yes, exactly. Exactly. We'll be tomorrow, by the way. I'll be right here again. Make sure you tune in here. You know, again, you can watch other places, but why would you? All right. Catch you later.